Hello and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host Jay and thank you so much for joining us this evening. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. Please welcome my guest for this evening, Belle Sprout.
Hi everybody.
Hello. So happy to have you here. I'm sure
Yeah,
that
I'm
most of the
excited.
folks in chat are already familiar with you, but for anyone who might not be, if you could introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Belle Sprout. I am a Snail Queen VTuber here on Twitch. My primary content is ASMR, but sometimes we do other things. We do some cozy gaming. We got crafting and keyboard building from time to time. We do it all.
Yeah. I usually don't make a point to ask folks about their name or discuss name that I feel like it's almost too obvious a question. That they usually have good stories behind them, but I try to not do that because I feel like a lot of other folks ask it. But I was thinking about your name today, and I realized something really ironic. And it's that you, the quiet, comfy, cozy ASMR VTuber, named yourself after the Pokemon, and I'm assuming you have seen the Pokemon anime, whose evolved form literally screams.
Yeah, because he's cute. No, the story is actually so dumb on why my name is Belle Sprout. I've actually been Belle Sprout on the internet for like, oh my god, like 12 plus years now or so. I had a group of friends and I was really bad at like coming up with usernames. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna make it my favorite Pokemon and just name myself Belle Sprout. And then everyone just started calling me Belle, and it like really stuck.
Well, it works
And
because Belle is already, I wouldn't necessarily say it's the most common name out there, but it's certainly a common enough name that people are aware of it. And, there's the overlap with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, which can be a positive or a negative, but at the very least, it makes it so people are familiar with the name, that it's not completely out of left field or anything.
Right. I did have some friends that were like, Bellsprout is the dumbest Pokemon. Why did you pick that one? And it just made me love it more.
Was there a particular reason that it was your favorite Pokemon?
I just like any Pokemon that looks really dumb. My other favorite Pokemon is like Lotad. Pretty much, if it's a little guy with a silly face and some goofy features, it's my favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, very understandable. One of my all-time favorites and definite favorite starter is Mudkip for very much the same reason. Just like the little guy and just, the little cheeks and just sort of flappy mouth. Just classic.
I just want to pick him up and like squeeze him. He's so cute.
They need to keep the starter Pokemon as their starter forms a little bit longer. I feel like I always just don't have enough time with them yeah, I do want them to get stronger and evolve, and I get that, but just for how much time you sort of look forward to picking your starter whenever you get a new Pokemon game, I feel like you only actually get to have that starter for, 2 hours?
Right. Well, that's like when I played, what's the newest one?
Scarlet Violet.
Scarlet Violet. The duck. I loved the duck. I thought he was so cute. And I knew that when he evolved, he looked kind of weird. So I kept him a little baby forever. And then I was like, all right, I got to evolve him because he's kind of weak. And so I evolved him, and then I thought he was really creepy, so I just put him in the box, and I never used him again. Poor little guy.
For a long time, I picked water starters, and I remember that I loved the look of Sobble, and I was all in ready to pick water again. And then I saw Inteleon, and I was like, I don't know about this. And I wound up choosing Scorbunny instead. Which was like the first time I'd chosen a non-water starter in probably 5 generations.
I'm also a water type starter person. I love water type Pokemon starters.
And honestly, they always got the best secondary typings.
I just think that water is just a really strong move type in Pokemon too, though.
Yeah, Surf, just plain and simple, good old reliable Surf.
Oh, the amount of times I'd spam that move when I was younger in Pokemon games.
Yep.
I just brute force damage moves in Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
Who cares
Yeah.
about the status effects? We just need damage.
No, the status effects are for your actual competitive if you're actually going to play online or against friends and stuff, but just when you're going through the main game, yeah, you're just going to brute force stuff. Maybe if you're feeling really fancy, you might use Dragon Dance once or twice.
It got me into some trouble recently. I did my first ever Nuzlocke.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This
Well, if you're
year.
going into non-standard playthroughs, that's when you're gonna actually have to start thinking about not just damage moves.
Yeah, it was really bad. I got completely party wiped in a boss fight, and we rewound time and pretend that didn't happen.
Yep. Dialga just happened to spin us back in time a little bit. Ha ha ha! Yeah.
Do a little time warp, don't worry
Mm,
about it, guys. I think we did beat him on the second go, though. I'm pretty sure.
nice. Which version was it?
It was actually Emerald, but it had every single Pokemon in it since like
Oh.
beginning of time. Yeah.
Okay, so it was mod. Yeah.
And then it was also randomized, so sometimes I would just run into a little guy out in the woods and he'd have the craziest legendary I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah, that's always very fun, but also slightly terrifying. Just, okay, going along my merry way, and oh, that's a Lugia. Crap.
Yep. I got really excited because we found Dialga at one point, ironically, and I ran into him, and I think he turned into like a Ponyta or something like that. And I
Wait,
was
but how does that even happen? Because even if you're doing randomized evolutions, Dialga doesn't evolve.
Oh, it was like the sprite. They had like some special tunnels that had legendary like caves. And so his sprite in the overworld was him, but when I clicked on him, he
Oh,
turned into a little guy.
oh,
I was
okay.
bamboozled.
Oh, that's, oh.
But we had a great team. Oh man, I had a Mega Beedrill. He was my favorite. His name was PP, and he carried us for so long until I messed up. I forgot he was weak to ice, and he got one shot.
Beedrill's really weak to ice.
It was so sad. Rip PP. He was the best. Oh man. I never thought that playing through a Nuzlocke would be so emotional. Like I didn't think I was gonna actually
that's the
get attached to
thing.
the Pokemon.
That's why they have you name them, because it's so subtle until you've actually experienced it. It's just something that doesn't really click, of just adding the name adds so much emotional attachment, and that I've had folks do everything of just, you're starting to make personalities and almost sort of storylines as you go, and that you have the ones that are carrying you and you become very attached to them, and that it really actually does hurt when they go, and just, what a simple and elegant spin on the game. It's so cool to see how that has become an entire set of challenges unto itself, and obviously it's spiraled quite a bit into some even more extreme things, but just the base concept of a Nuzlocke is so cool to see.
Yeah, it was really fun, and I want to do another one because now I have more knowledge. I want to try it again, but man, oh, the emotional roller coaster of a Nuzlocke, because it's so much different in a regular game. Because when it faints, oh, I could just go to the Pokemon Center and get him back. He's fine.
Yeah.
But in the Nuzlocke, they just take him from you. Especially because we were playing on a modded one, so it actually takes the Pokemon from you, and you can't do anything about it.
Oh, it's automated.
So it made it even worse.
Do you have a favorite version, whether it be, for Nuzlocke or not?
Oh, definitely. Emerald is my favorite version of Pokemon. That's 3 is just, it has such a special place in my heart. It was ever since I was a little kid, because my first Pokemon game was Blue, but I didn't really know how to read. So I didn't understand how the game worked, but my brain was finally turned on when Emerald came out. Or not Emerald, but I guess it was Sapphire when I got it. But
Mm.
I like the combined version of both. And oh man, the amount of adventures I had as a kid. I didn't even care if I was doing the story. I like running around making secret bases.
Yeah.
And oh, it was so fun.
Mm.
I don't
The
care if there's too much water.
yeah. My first was Yellow. I
Mm.
played bits and pieces of Red and Blue at friends' houses, but Yellow was the first one I actually owned. But it was Silver that I really just dove into, had 200 odd hours in that game, even past the post game, just getting everything to level 100, really exploring every single nook and cranny. Never bothered trying to complete the Pokedex, but just
Oh, yeah.
I really enjoyed being able to see both regions, and also the music in Gen 2 is so good that it has just a bit more complexity and depth and texture to it than Gen 1, but it's still on Game Boy, so you have that chiptune feel, and even
Yeah.
now, I think it's just, it hits really, really well. I almost fell out of Pokemon when Gen 3 came around, of just, I didn't pick up Sapphire or Ruby when it was first released, and it was around then that I sort of fell out of the anime. But then when Emerald came out, for whatever reason, I was planning on getting a new game. I think it was for a trip or something, just to have something to play in the car. And I saw Emerald and was like, I spent so much time in Silver version, might as well try it. And that was what really locked me in. I've played every single generation. Haven't gotten, multiple versions for each generation, but I make sure, anytime new generation comes out, I'm going to get one of them and I'm going to play through the end game. And that it's just been a very consistent part of my life as a gamer.
I kind of had a similar thing happen actually. I fell out of Pokemon for a little while. Like it was whatever after Diamond and Pearl maybe it was. And I was like, nah, I don't like Pokemon anymore. And then I just kept seeing more and more ads for Pokemon. I'm like, oh no. No, I love it. I love it too much. And now it's just like a staple of my life. It's funny you mentioned Silver. I loved Silver as a kid. I thought that version of the game was so good. Like I said, couldn't really read that well, so the only thing I did was hang out in the park where you could do like the little Pokemon catching
Oh, the
challenge
bug catching
things.
contest. Yeah.
Yeah, do that over and over again because it was the only thing I could figure out how to do, and make the apricorn balls.
Yeah, because that was right near that city as well.
Yeah. I have to
Uh,
go back and play it someday now that I can comprehend basic knowledge.
yeah, definitely just
Actually
do
beat it.
Heart Gold, Soul Silver. That it adds more, and just the
Yeah.
physical special split in Gen 4 was a big thing that made me enjoy the games more, and I think it's why Gen 3, while I really like Emerald and I understand why a lot of people hold it so highly, just going back to all water moves are special, and I think it was like, all all fighting moves are naturally physical, but just it makes so many other moves in Pokemon more viable when they had the physical special split, and going back is difficult.
Yeah.
But that Gen 3 and, the Battle Frontier, as frustrating as it was a great concept. But that they fix that, and also just sort of level curve and stuff in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. But definitely recommend going back and playing those. They're just phenomenal.
I do still have my Heart Gold copy somewhere. I back in the day actually, I really wanted to start PC gaming. So I sold a bunch of my games that I had to save up money to build to build a custom PC. But I
Mm,
thought to myself, I can't sell any of my Pokemon games. All of my friends are in here. All
yeah.
my little guys. So I still have every single one of the Pokemon games I've ever bought because I refuse to get rid of them.
Mm.
I actually oh my gosh, speaking of sorry, now I'm going off on a big tangent.
Please.
I have a memory card that I have had since I was a small child that has my Chow Garden on it from Sonic
Oh
Adventure
my
2,
gosh.
and I refuse to ever get rid of it. I keep it with me. I know where it is always in case I ever get a new like GameCube with a copy of the game because there's like over 500 hours of
Oh
time
yeah. No, just
on this Chow Garden.
a my favorite Chow going into that gray cocoon was the first sense of loss I had as a child.
Oh, it's the worst.
Absolutely reset that game and sent that sucker to the Game Boy Advance purgatory, not letting him die. Nope, nope, nope. Like I was actually crying, even though I was able to make it so they didn't die. But just like, oh no, oh, it hit so hard. And
Oh, it sucks.
and the other thing that I remember, one day I came home from school, and my mom said to me, "So I wanted to try playing one of your games. Just, you seem to really enjoy them, and I wanted to play a level. And I think I might have accidentally deleted a save file. I am so sorry.
Oh, no.
You should check your game to see." And the game that was in was Sonic Adventure 2. And I go in, and sure enough, the game data is gone, that it's having me
Oh,
start at City Escape. And I'm more sad because I think I've lost the Chow. And
mhm.
like I'm in my room, I'm crying, and then I sort of have this epiphany moment. I remember, wait a minute, Chow data is saved separately.
Oh, it
They're in
is?
two separate files. That if you actually go to
Oh.
the GameCube memory card screen, that you will
Mhm.
see the Sonic Adventure 2 logo for the game data, and then a little waving Chow, the Chow Garden. They're saved as separate files.
Oh my
So
goodness.
I rush back downstairs, go through City Escape, walk into the Chow Garden, see all my Chow, and I'm like, okay,
Oh.
everything is fine. Everything is just fine. I called one of my friends over and was like, hey, my mom accidentally deleted my Sonic Adventure to just, the game data, and they copied their normal one over. So I had already beaten the game at that point, so it really
Mhm.
didn't matter that they had a couple extra emblems from where I was, but really nothing of actual significance there. So it was just like, okay, oh, the important
Oh
stuff
my
was saved,
god.
and my mother never touched any of my video games ever again. Not at my behest, but like she was traumatized more than I was.
Oh. It's like that's, like, so sweet, but so, like, "Oh my god, I'm so glad they were okay."
Yeah. It was a scary day.
Aw.
Did you ever
Uh,
have an instance of, siblings or family, accidentally or even intentionally, messing with any of your games?
I don't think so. My sister and I, we played a lot of games together, but our goal in those games was always like, because our games that we played together was Soul Calibur 2. That was our
Ooh,
go-to
good
game.
taste. That was one of the few, like, arcade fighters that I really got into. I definitely remember that.
Oh, we loved that game. And the way we would play it would be we would go in our little one versus one there, and it would be like, hang on, don't touch your controller. I want to try something. Just try like mashing button combos against each other because we didn't know how to actually play. And it would just be like, all right, who's gonna do the wackiest move this time? Or
Ah,
what other games do we have? We had like I was talking about this on stream the other day actually was we played a lot of Mech Assault on the Xbox
ooh.
and we would just load up they had like free open worlds and you could just run around and like step on people and squish them and break buildings and stuff and that was what we would always do. But I don't think we never wanted to sabotage each other even like intentionally and I don't think it ever happened on accident because we always wanted to see the endings of games together. We were always like,
Mm.
"What happens? What happens?" And sometimes we weren't even good enough at games to ever get to the end. And our uncle, he played a lot of video games.
Oh, did
We
he
would
beat them
ask
for you?
him, yeah, he would beat him for us, so we would just sit on the couch with snacks and watch him play
Aw,
all
that's
these
so
different
sweet.
games. Mhm. He's the reason why I'm like really big into video games now. Because he worked at, it wasn't GameStop. I can't even remember. It might have been an
EB
EB
Games,
Games or
Funko
something.
Land, those were the other two.
Yeah, it was like one of those before it became GameStop. And so
Mm,
he got all the new titles like right when they came out. And I think my fondest memory of this was when BioShock 1 came out. Um, he knew I wanted to play a scary game. I had never really played a scary game before. And I go, okay, I want to try it. And he loads it up. And I remember crashing into the water and having the water droplets like splash up on the screen. I thought that was the future. I was like, gaming as at its peak right now. This is the
it did
craziest
have a
immersive
very
thing.
strong opening, yeah.
Oh, it's so good. And then you go down in the bathysphere and that splicer starts slicing it open. I
Mm.
screamed and threw the controller at him. I said, I can't do this. I can't do this. And I
Oh
made him
no!
play the whole game. And then I just sat there and watched him play through it. But that's actually one of my favorite, like horror. I don't even know if I would call it a horror game anymore because I don't think it's scary. But it's one of my favorite game series. Is the BioShock series now,
Mm. I've
and
only ever
and
played the
it's all because of
first,
him.
but
Oh,
really
it's so
enjoyed
good.
it. And like, now that you mention it, I sort of interesting of how would you classify it, because it has horror elements certainly, but it's also not classic horror. That
Yeah.
it's, you know, dark and grim and a tad gory. You know, obviously, conceptually, the whole thing with the little sisters is very dark, but
Hmm.
that it's not, you know, blood and guts everywhere. But it's also certainly not cartoony. And thriller isn't something that I really use to describe a game. So, huh?
Yeah. Like I don't know what
Yeah,
you would
it
categorize it
is just sort of in the middle.
But it's so good. I actually don't like BioShock Infinite though. I know that might be a hot take, but that's not my problem with the it's I guess okay, let me rephrase this. I don't think BioShock Infinite is a bad game. I don't think it's a BioShock game. It just
Mm.
doesn't fit the category to me. I'm like, "Oh yeah, that was a great shooter game with some cool action." But it did not feel like my BioShock type of game.
Mm. Yeah,
And if you've never played BioShock 2, I highly recommend it. The gameplay is really fun.
I should, yeah. That's the problem of just we live in such a embarrassment of riches era for media and content, that there's so much good stuff out there that,
Mhm.
you know, back in the day, for, you know, anime, you'd have to hope that your local Blockbuster might have a couple of VHSs or DVDs, and when you're a kid, that you're only really buying a couple games, and that you're usually finishing every game that you buy, and that everything is full price titles. But now, when you can have games for a couple of dollars, and some are as short as a couple of hours, some are going to take hundreds of hours, and you know, there's so much stuff, streams, shows, everything, that everybody has their list, and that
Mhm.
for every item that you cross off of your list, 5 new things get added.
That's really interesting that you mentioned that because I guess I've never really thought about it like that. Because as a kid, if I got a game, I would play it to the end, even if I hated it. Now I launch a game, I play it for 3 seconds. Oh, this isn't for me. I'll never look at it again. Like, wow, I guess I've never really thought about how Steam has changed my outlook on how I appreciate my video game collection.
And, you know, there's certainly the positives and negatives. That one of the big things that Steam did was it made it so anybody can publish games. That back in the
Mhm.
day, just because of supply chain and production, if you aren't planning on selling tens of thousands of units, and if you don't have that upfront capital to actually print the games, ship the games, get them into distributors, into storefronts, you're not really making a game.
Mhm.
And nowadays, folks can just, you know, as long as it meets the Steam standards, you can just upload it, set the price, and that even if it's not necessarily complete, and obviously that comes with its own sets of hazards, but that the reduction of the barrier to entry has just allowed so many more people to actually publish their games and make it their living, and uh, it means that we get them for cheap, and that also, yeah, just due to volume, it ends up that not every single game that you get is going to be quite as special as it was back when we were younger and every game was sort of an event.
Hmm. But it has led us to getting some amazing indie titles that I don't think I would. My life would be so different if I never played some of these games, I think.
Do any particular ones come to mind?
Oh gosh, it's like, where do I even start? There's so many good ones. One of my favorite ones, though, I think is one that I recommend to every single person when they're like, please tell me an indie game you love. It's called Smile for Me. And it's such a silly game. Like, basically what it is you are in a facility where everybody is sad for some reason. Like, they're going through it, and they're in this place, and they're trying to learn how to smile again. But the guy that's leading it is kind of crazy. And you just like learn about all these goofy characters. The art style's really silly. The game doesn't, it almost doesn't take itself seriously until it needs to. And it's kind of like a little puzzle adventure where you learn about all these people and you make their lives better. And it's just so wholesome and good and wacky. It's amazing. And the person that's developing it actually is making a new game, and I'm so excited because I feel like it's gonna hit in the feels just like Smile for Me did.
Do you know,
It's gonna be so
have they
good.
announced the title of their next game?
I believe it's called The Great God Grove, if I'm remembering correctly. Let me look. Great God. Yes, Great God Grove is the next game they're making. Limbo Lane is the developer. They're an incredible artist. Their art style is so like whimsical and strange, but I love it so much.
Yeah, it looks. I'm trying to think of an analogy here. It looks almost like if you were to combine Toby Fox's style with higher pixel resolution and because it's got creepy vibes along with the quaint
Hmm.
vibes that it's more angular than Cult of the Lamb, but in some ways sort of I don't know, there's something about it that feels reminiscent of it, but it's definitely more angular. But it
Yeah,
looks
it's
really
like
neat.
it's so unique. Yes,
Mm,
it's so good. Highly recommend. It's a little confusing. It is a puzzle game, like for Smile for Me is a puzzle game, so I did get lost for a long time, but oh, it was worth it. It was worth solving all of it.
Do you recall what the first proper indie game that you played was that, one that
Oh my
I would
goodness.
say, I guess, e I would say anything that is I'm trying to decide, is not being on consoles something that I would say, quote unquote, is required to be an indie? Obviously, this is completely semantics, but just, I don't know, I guess just for your own definition, whatever that may be,
I
what would you consider the first indie game that you ever played to be, if you can recall?
am trying to think because I feel like it might have been like I bought a Humble Bundle like many, many years ago, like the first Humble Bundle that they
Oh, yeah,
ever
the
released.
early Humble Bundles, wow.
Yeah, I can't even remember the name of the game. I'm sure somebody can remember it. But it was like you would put things into a fireplace and you just had to like keep burning these items, and every time you did, like something crazy would happen. I cannot for the life of me remember what it was called. Um but at first I thought it was a silly little game, but then the more I played, I was like, "Oh, there's like a story here. There's something weird going on." And I just remember it making me think about games in a different way, I guess, that like not everything is what it is at surface level. Like sometimes you have to keep playing to discover more mystery, and it kind of brought me a love to indie games. Little
Little
Inferno,
Inferno?
that's what it was,
Yeah,
right?
no,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
I
yeah.
just searched indie game fireplace burning, and Little Inferno was the top result.
Yeah, that's like one of the first games that I remember uh playing through,
And
and I
of
really
the
loved it.
images that it shows that I see a fireplace burning, and then this very creepy, bright-eyed, sort of smiling orb in the darkness.
Yeah, that game also gets a little wacky, but it's a short game that's really fun. If you've never played it and you can get it on sale, I definitely recommend checking it out. It's just a fun little like narrative kind of thing.
Mm.
I don't know if there's any other ones either. I've been playing indie games for so long. It's almost what I prefer to buy on Steam over like big titles, just because when it comes to indie games, the person that's making it is making it with their whole heart involved in it. Like they're not out to get a profit. This is a passion project.
Yeah.
And in so many of those games you can just feel it. And I just
Mm.
love that so much.
Also, just while I do love to get properly lost in a game and know life a game every so often, having shorter games, which indie games usually are, is also nice. That,
Mhm.
like you mentioned, that you can really feel the heart in it, but also that they're more likely to have that very concrete beginning, middle, and end, and that you can tell that either there's a story or an experience or a concept at play, and
Mhm.
that you're able to have that, but indie games are less likely to sort of meander and spiral and just take forever.
Yeah. I mean, heck, even like Undertale for its time. Oh my god, what a great experience that game was back in the day. I'm like scrolling through my Steam library right now. Oh my gosh. For an indie game, that game's incredible.
It,
Um,
it's so incredible how much Undertale took the world by storm, and that,
for
uh,
real.
you know, Toby Fox, the fact that, he's still making games very slowly but at his own pace, but also
Mhm.
just in the meantime that, yes, he's known for, you know, being a developer and making the games, but he's also just I think he is one of the best melody writers of our time. Just, I'm not
Oh
going to say
yeah.
necessarily one of the best composers of our time, but one of the best melody writers specifically, that everything he writes is an earworm. And that for all the incredible work he did with Undertale and now with Deltarune and others, that he's also just sort of become quietly a wildly successful composer, having,
Mhm.
guest tracks now on multiple Pokemon games. Apparently the story behind that is he was just hanging out with some of them somehow and sort of offhandedly was like, yeah, I would totally love to compose it for Pokemon at some point. And they were like, yeah, okay.
That's amazing. Oh my
And
goodness.
they're like, yeah. So here, make a track for us, and that's gonna be like the Battle Tower track. Like it's gonna be one of the big post-game tracks. And then how about you do the Overworld for the next generation too while you're at it? Just
That's sick. I didn't even know he did
wild.
that. I knew that he made music for Fields of Mystria. He made the music for that game, and
Oh, he
oh my
did? I didn't know
god.
he did that.
Yes. I didn't either until a friend was like, "Did you know this?" I said, "No, that's incredible." No wonder all the songs in this game slap. God, I love that game too.
And just like I said, he knows how to write melodies that you just remember the things that get caught in your head, and that
Mhm.
for as much of a meme as Megalovania is, it's because it's really catchy.
Right? If you hear like one note from that song, you're like, "Crap, it's stuck in my head
Yep,
forever
just
now."
you honestly can do worse. If I have to have something stuck in my head all day, if it's gonna be Megalovania, that's fine.
Let's see. Oh my gosh, I'm like scrolling through my Steam library and I'm like, oh my god, this game. How could I forget this game? There was this one that I played. It's called Later Alligator. It's a
Oh
very
yeah,
silly
Later Gator.
game
Oh, it's
again.
so cute.
Oh
I love
good,
that
I
game.
love it. Such a good one. And speaking of alligators, another amazing indie game that I will recommend to every single person is called The Little Gator Game.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
I have not played that myself, but I've watched streams of that
so
start to
good.
finish, and it's just, it's so fun and sweet and cute, and
And it
the
makes me cry.
yeah.
That's so good.
That's one of those games
Night
I
in the
look at and say,
Woods.
just Night in the Woods. I've not heard of that one.
You haven't heard of Night in the Woods? Oh my goodness. That game, is amazing. I feel like that game has inspired a
Oh, I've
lot of
seen this one.
other
Okay, I
indie
couldn't
games now.
recall the name, but, looking at it, I'm recognizing these characters.
Yes. Oh gosh, if you've never played that game, it's so worth it. I guess the gameplay isn't necessarily like intense. It's mostly just walking around and talking to people, but just the whole story that's told
Mm.
and like you can play it multiple times and have different things happen because there's choices you can make on what you do. And oh my gosh, I like to replay that game every few years. I've been itching to play it again, actually. You gotta have that little emotional ride.
Mm. Were there any games growing up, even if they aren't necessarily indie games, that you feel are sort of underappreciated or diamonds in the rough?
Oh, so the problem with that is when I was a kid, my family knew that I liked games, so they would go to Walmart while they were out and be like, "Ooh, the bargain bin," and they'd reach in there and grab the like $4 games,
Oh
and I
boy.
would get the weirdest games ever, I
Oh, I'm
swear.
I'm just imagining every licensed movie game of the
I had
era.
the B movie game for the Wii, and it was actually so fun. I loved it. I
It's
didn't
always
like the
such a delight
story.
when, every so often those games end up being just better than they have any right to be. And then the
Right?
other 90% of the time, they're just really bad.
The story of it was not that great, like, it was basically, like, playing through the movie, kind of, there were, like, scenes where you could interact with it, but then there was this mini game where you're in the hive, and you can just be a taxi driver for all the bees, and
Oh,
for some
did
reason,
they
I
just
thought it
make
was
Crazy
so
Taxi in
cool.
there?
Basically. I thought it was so fun, I loved picking up the bees and taking them to work. You can, like, save up your money and buy, like, a really fancy car, and you could drive around like a maniac.
Aw. Yeah, it was Simpsons Road Rage, because there was two sort of uh car games for Simpsons. It was Road Rage and Hit and Run. I think it was Road Rage that was basically Crazy Taxi, but it was Simpsons in Springfield.
Mhm.
Also, Jackson the Gamer God, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Hope you had a good stream. Also, I
Welcome.
realize I haven't thanked folks that followed. David F4E, Aliana Loveheart, and Jester234. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome on in. Yes,
Um
Masochism, you play as Mr. Plow. Yes, you could, yeah. And thank you for the follow as well.
Oh, man. I'm just, like, talking about this is digging back into my brain at all the things I used to play. My friend and I, one of our favorite games to play together was Rampage, and I feel like people don't talk about that game anymore. Because I guess it doesn't really exist anymore. I think they might have made a
They
more
made a
modern
movie
one, but it
about it,
wasn't as
didn't
good.
they?
They did, and I didn't even go see it. I
Yeah,
was like,
no, it
"How do
just
you make a movie about this?" The point of the game is to just break everything. There's no storyline.
just there's been a series about Rampage for years. It's called Godzilla.
Yeah, pretty much. We love that game. Oh, and Zoids. Oh man, the old Zoids
Oh.
games.
Oh, wow. That's a throwback. I haven't played any of the Zoids games. I remember watching the anime on Cartoon Network, and they stopped airing it, like, in the middle of a season, but they
Mhm.
kept the reruns going, so it kept getting to this cliffhanger over and
Oh
over and
my
over
god.
again, and it was just like, "Am I just tuning in the wrong time?" 'Cause I wasn't, like, seeking out particular episodes or anything, but it felt like every time I saw it or that it was the show happening before the show I wanted to watch and I happened to catch the last couple of minutes, that I
Mhm.
remember seeing like the last couple minutes of these one or two episodes. It felt like every single time.
Oh my gosh. I never actually watched the anime. I probably didn't even know a show existed for it back then. I was just like, I want to be a little robot and I want to run around and attack things.
Did you ever play Custom Robo?
Was that part of the Zoids?
No, no. That's
Oh,
it's its own game, but it was on GameCube.
I don't think I did play that one.
It was sort of a arena fighter type thing where you could, as the name suggests, make your own robot. was actually a really deep RPG.
Huh.
Got kind of difficult near the end though, but it was fun. Haven't played Chibi Robo, which
Really?
Masso mentions in the chat, but I
I
know a
love
lot of
Chibi
people love that
Robo.
game.
I actually, so as a kid, I wasn't allowed to have consoles. I was only allowed to play consoles at my friends' houses. And
Mm.
I had a handheld console to play everything else up until the Wii came out. Um, but when my mom would take me grocery shopping, they had a console that had a Chibi Robo disc in it that you could play.
Oh yeah, for the demo stations.
It was the full game. They didn't even put a demo disc in. It was the full
Oh.
game. So every time I would go, I'd be like, yes, 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 I'm gonna go play Chibi Robo while
Mm,
you shop, Mom.
nice. That's
And then
funny
she'd
that you
just
weren't
come get
able to
me.
have a console for a while because that was the same for me actually. That
Really?
uh I must have been 6 or 7 years old and I got a Game Boy Color for my 7th birthday and my parents said you can get a console when you're 10 cuz it's Nintendo. It's like
Oh.
obviously I understood that this was them, sort of justifying it because my friends who were also my age had N64s at the time. But
Mhm.
I had my Game Boy Color and I was able to play N64 when I went to friends' houses. So I was like, fine, sure. But I remembered it. So about 3-4 months before I turned 10 was around the time the GameCube came out, and that I reminded my parents. I was like, hey, so I'm turning 10 in a couple months, and you mentioned a while back that I'd be able to get a console for my 10th birthday. And they had this sort of dumbfounded moment. They were like, we didn't think you'd remember.
Oh, no.
But we promised, and we promised. We said we would, and okay. So I the first console I ever owned was a GameCube that I got for my 10th birthday, and the other thing I remember is the night before my birthday, my mom wakes me up in the middle of the night, and I knew I was getting the GameCube. That it was not going to be a surprise at that point, obviously, and she asked, is the controller supposed to shake? I just plugged it in and it shook, and I was worried I was going to get electrocuted or something.
Oh my.
Is it supposed to? I was like, huh? Oh, yeah. It has a rumble feature. I was like, oh, okay, good. You can go back to bed.
That's so
But
funny.
and I guess, if you're a parent plugging in a console and you don't know that the controllers have a rumble feature, if that happens, that would actually be distressing. It's like, oh, whoa, is something really, really wrong right now?
Oh god, it's gonna explode. Yeah, so I've always lived with my grandparents my like whole life, and my grandma thought that consoles looked ugly on TVs. She was like, "Ew, the
Hmm,
fact that you have to have all these wires dangling out of this thing." And I'm like, "Grandma, you can just put it behind the TV." And she's like, "No, no consoles."
hmm,
And yeah, I didn't get one until the Wii came out, and by that point I was in like high school.
hmm.
So I never got to play a console at home. But every weekend I would have my mom write a permission slip so I could get on the bus and go to my friend's house. And we'd all night GameCube games. Arguably one of the best consoles to ever come out, ever,
Oh yeah,
in my
oh,
opinion.
just so many good games. So
So
few
many.
numerically games. Like the actual number of games published for the GameCube is I I don't know if it's the all-time low, but it's near the bottom in terms of number of games produced for a console. That the number of games that the PlayStation 2 had was something like triple, I think.
Oh my gosh.
And that Xbox was somewhere in the middle, but that the GameCube had relatively few games. But it felt like there were just so many good ones, and there were so many franchises that either started on the GameCube or really hit their stride on the GameCube.
Yeah, that's crazy to think because I feel like we had so many games on the GameCube. At least as a kid, it felt like a lot. It got me into Harvest Moon. Oh God, Harvest Moon. What a great series. And Animal Crossing, the
Yep, that
first
was the
Animal
start.
Crossing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh. The at first Animal Crossing, well, I guess technically it's the second Animal Crossing because you have what Animal Forest on
Oh,
the Nintendo
in Japan,
64.
yeah.
Yeah. Um, but it was just so crazy of a game for back then. So much dialogue. You could play old games within it, like if you got
Yes!
the
Oh
little
my gosh.
console.
I got none of them legitimately. You had the codes that you could give Nogan, he would give you these hidden items, and
Yeah.
I never cheated to get, like, extra bells or anything, but I used all the codes for the NES games because it was like, I don't know how else I'm supposed to get these. I
Oh,
think
'cause they were
Red might have been able
impossible.
to get them, like, very, very rarely, but that is actually how I played the original Donkey Kong for the first time. Actually, that's how I played probably a good dozen NES games for the first time because I didn't own
Mhm.
an NES growing up. I think my cousins might have had one when I was really, really young, but like the only thing they ever played and I ever played on that was the original Mario Brothers. But uh, like in Animal Crossing, you could get Excite Bike. Um, there was Wario's Woods.
There was
What was it?
so
Balloon
many.
Fight. There were
Yeah, that's
so
the one
many.
my friend
Cuckoo
and I
Land.
played the
Yeah.
most.
Mhm.
Balloon fight.
Yeah, so that's how I
Was
actually
so
got
fun.
my NES education really was via Animal Crossing.
Which is so funny because Nintendo would never now.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Well, it was the very next console that they had, the Virtual Console, and that was nice because the NES games were $5, and it's like, all right, that's nothing. That's
Yeah,
totally
that's not
worth it.
too bad.
Um, yeah, and I remember it's interesting to think about because Nintendo gave Animal Crossing a really good marketing push. I remember those weird commercials where they had people in the, sort of mascot costumes,
Yes.
and there were these little skits, and they actually those commercials have aged pretty well. That just the visual quality, you can tell it's, pulled off of VHSs from the era, but they were fun little 30-second things. And
Mhm.
that while Harvest Moon was a thing, farming sims were not big in the West. And the fact that Nintendo was coming in with this and really putting a proper marketing push behind it, uh, they, I guess, just knew they had something good because when I first saw the commercials, I didn't think much of them. And it was when I went to a friend's house that they had gotten it. And I was like, oh, you got that game? The commercials seemed all right, but this was one of my friends who's really into Halo and other things. So seeing him play Animal Crossing was really surprising to me. And just the two of us, like, I watched him play, but we were sort of making decisions together, playing Animal Crossing for like 2 hours, and it was like, holy cow, this game's amazing. This game's amazing.
It's just so cute because you get all your little friends. I love you could walk up to him and be like, "Hey, do you want something?" And he'd be like, "Could you go get me a ball?" And you would have to like run around
just
all the
just
acres and look
doing
for the
errands
ball.
all day long, just whether it be the literal fetch quest of I loaned my notebook to this person, and oh well I loaned it to that person, and then you felt like you got lucky if
Mhm.
the first person you went to actually had the thing, because sometimes you'd have 3, 4, 5 chains to go through. But then, yeah, the ball, that was always tricky because you couldn't pick it up, so you had to actually kick it across and you had to make sure it didn't go in the river.
Yep, or one of the ponds that you didn't know was on the
Mm-hmm.
next side of the
Yep.
acre.
Just like, ah.
No. I wish they would bring those back though. So I mean, we got the snowballs now in games, but that's not the same.
Yeah.
Bring back the balls, Nintendo,
Mm,
please.
now that I very much agree with the majority of New Horizons was fantastic. Just put in more dialogue. They just need to put in more
Yeah.
dialogue.
Yeah, it started to feel a little soulless after a little while.
Yeah, and that really surprised me for how much depth everything else had in the game mechanically. You would think that text would be the easiest thing for them to have and to implement, of just, let the writers go crazy, let them just keep writing. That's not, I'm assuming that whoever is writing this dialogue is not the team that's responsible for programming and implementing and art and all these other things. It's going to be other people. So eh, why didn't you just let them write more?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a couple things that New Horizons got rid of that had me questioning a lot of things, because I remember when the ads for it were playing, they were really being like, "Oh, you can play this with a bunch of your friends. It's not limited to just 4 people anymore. You can have 8 people, and it's amazing, and the connection's better." But in New Leaf, they had mini games that if your friends came over, you guys could all go
That's
out and play mini games
yeah.
and do silly little things. In New Horizons, they're like, "Yeah, they can come to your island and you guys can run
Do
around.
stuff.
You can run
There
around if
was
you
the
want. There's no
timer I
game."
think you could get to
Yeah,
sort
they
of
did add
do,
that.
like, fishing contests, sort of, but they didn't have any of the real mini games. They
Yeah,
removed a
which
lot
was
of the
weird.
buildings.
Like, why get rid of all this cool stuff you added? We only got a taste of it, and now we have better console that
Yeah.
could handle it better, and you're just like, "Nah, nah,
I mean,
let's scrap that."
like, the crafting they added was good. I wanna have, bulk crafting added in the next game, but otherwise, I didn't have a problem with crafting conceptually. Uh, Obviously, being able to actually decorate outside was a game changer. That was
Yeah, that
huge.
was cool.
And terraforming, which I'd prefer to be able to manipulate more than one pixel at a time, but again, big thing. Just I think all they need to do to really make the perfect Animal Crossing game is just smash together New Horizons and New Leaf.
I agree, 'cause New
I don't
Leaf
think they
was
need to
so
actually
good.
innovate anything. I think they need to just put the pieces together.
Another one that I liked in New Leaf was, the little mystery islands you could go to where it actually had other people on it.
Mm,
Um, because I just thought that was so cool as a kid. Because sometimes I'd go to the island and there would be people from, like, different countries, and we didn't speak the same language at all, but we would still find a way to communicate what we wanted to do.
emotes are a
Like,
universal
yeah, like
language.
emotes and using tools to do stuff, and I just thought that was so neat. It brought like a togetherness into the game, and I was really sad that they didn't have that in the new
Mm,
one.
yeah. It, I'm sure we're going to get another Animal Crossing game. The series is far
Oh,
too
yeah.
successful for them to simply put it out to pasture. I was actually talking with somebody else about this recently, and we were saying they're probably going to start development, my guess is, in the next year or two. I don't think we're going to get a new Animal Crossing game for another 5 years, probably, but
That
it feels
hurts.
like it's about time for them to get that ball rolling again.
I hope so, because the time between New Leaf and New Horizons was way too long, in my opinion. They waited so long, because the other games did not space out that long. They released them with like every new console that came out,
Yeah.
and then, well, the Switch 2 is allegedly a thing, so maybe we'll get a new Animal Crossing for the Switch 2. We'll see, I guess.
I'm
I can
assuming
only
they'll
hope.
make one eventually. I don't think it's going to be a launch title, though.
Which is so funny because they used to be launch titles. That it was so big that I remember for the 3DS, New Horizon or New Leaf being such a big deal. I went out of my way to get my 3DS for that.
Yeah, well, I don't think it was a release title for anything else because I remember it,
Was it not for the Wii as well?
City Folk wasn't release title for the Wii. Definitely
Oh,
wasn't a release
wasn't.
title for the Wii.
I love that
Um,
one too.
I I think City Folk might actually be my least favorite. I feel like the
That's a
city
common.
didn't have as much as I wanted. That it felt more like just extra shops. That there wasn't much to interact with, and then it didn't have as much of the freedom, I suppose, as it felt like it had on some of the DS games. I mean, it was still good. I'm not
It
going to
was
say
it
City
was
Folk was bad.
It was interesting. They had a lot of secrets in that game that there was no way for people to know about unless you either had a guidebook or had a friend that knew about it, which I thought was a little weird. Like, why do they have so many cryptic secrets? The other thing I liked about that game, though, was not a lot of people even knew this existed. They made an accessory for the Wii that was a little microphone specifically for
Yeah.
Animal Crossing.
No,
And you could go visit random people's towns and talk to them on the
the
microphone.
problem is
And
they didn't produce a lot of the microphones. They were
they
so
didn't.
hard to come by. Even if I knew they
Yep.
had them, I couldn't get my hands on one. It felt nobody was selling them.
I got mine because my Walmart had like a trillion of them in their like discount markdown section. I think I got it for like $5.
What?
Yeah, the whole aisle, they had like a whole shelf of just Wii microphones because I guess no one was buying them.
Well, also, I'm not sure what other games had functionality for them.
I don't think any game at all. It was only for Animal Crossing. Like, it even had Animal Crossing on the box to be like, use it with city folk. And I went on some wacky adventures because I would go to people that had hacked islands. I went to one, and this guy had lightsabers. Like, all of his axes were lightsabers, and the water was like
That's
all
actually impressive
crazy.
because being able to get mods on the Wii, I know it was possible, but that was harder than most other consoles.
Yeah, I didn't even like understand like how you could possibly do that at the time. They had everything, all the gold tools. They just had billions of them. Their island looked wacky. It was sick. But I understand why they took that feature out of Animal Crossing because I'm sure people ran into some
Yeah,
weird.
just yeah, having actual voice chat in
Mhm.
really any Nintendo game, I think, is just not a good idea.
Now, if you want to voice chat, you got to get on the little app thing or whatever that they have.
Oh,
Have you ever
yeah.
joined in one of
No, I've
those
never.
before?
Nope. It's always just been Discord. It's always just Discord.
I tried it one time when it first came out while I was playing like what was it, Mario Kart or something? And there was like a kid just like hot micing and like screaming in the lobby we were in. I was like, okay, never again. We don't need this.
Because at that point, just if it's not actually built into the game, why would you build a platform that people aren't already using?
Right. It just felt so silly.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I still love Nintendo even though sometimes I want to yell at them.
That's all of us. Yeah. Nintendo's amazing. They also are incredibly stubborn and just.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my library and I saw another Nintendo game. Super Monkey Ball? Anyone?
Ooh, yeah. I remember playing Monkey Ball 2 a ton on the GameCube.
Oh,
Monkey
it's so
Targets and Monkey
good.
Pool are my favorite.
Well, the sad thing is they remade them, and I was like, "Oh, let's go! Updated Monkey Ball." So I bought both of the remakes that they did, and both were horrible. They're like broken.
Oh no!
Yeah, some of the mini games like actually don't work at all. Like the one where you have to like glide with your ball and land on the
Yeah,
target.
targets, yeah.
Yeah. That one barely works. Like you will go to glide and you'll just dive headfirst in the water. They made the controls so horrible.
Oh, oh, they put in motion controls.
I don't even know if it's motion controls or like if it was supposed to be motion control, but yeah, it literally doesn't work. I've even
I
looked
don't
at
think
people
that's a
talking about it.
Nintendo one. Is that a Bandai title?
Maybe? I
Forget
just
who
remember
makes it,
playing
but I don't think it's first party.
let's see. Store page.
Is it
Sega.
It's Sega.
Oh, it even has mixed reviews on Steam. What a heartbreaking thing to
Aw.
see. Cause yeah, oh man, that was one of those games that I would play with my friends. We'd be like, "Oh, let's come over and play Monkey Ball," and we'd play the like story mode or whatever. And that would be a game where by the end of the day, because we would get so tilted at
Oh
how
yeah. Oh
hard the
my
track
gosh.
get, we'd stop
Some of them
talking.
got absurd, but have you seen people speed run Monkey Ball?
It's incredible.
It's just it is a combination of science and art and just obviously there's no variance to the stages. So if you know what the input is, you just need to get consistent at the finessed input. And to be fair, that's the whole concept of speedrunning, of just knowing, okay, know what you need to hit before you need to hit it, and that it's sort of a dance in that way, but just watching it and seeing it that it succeed and be like, it looks like magic. It looks so dumb. It looks like, why that shouldn't work. How did you just sort of throw yourself off that top ledge, bypass everything, and land perfectly in the goal of? Oh,
It's
I
awesome.
there was there's a charity group that's Fast Paced Gaming that has done some charity marathons, and I did some guest sort of emceeing for them. And one of the segments that I did for was Monkey Ball. So just seeing somebody go through that and stage after stage, and if they didn't get it on the first try, they got it on the second or third, and it was just wild seeing all these stages I remembered playing and getting so frustrated on, and they would complete them in under 5 seconds in just the ways that obviously are not intended by design, but it works.
And then you're like, all right, now I can do this. You try to copy it and you're like, oh, maybe I
That's
can't
the
do
thing of
this.
really for any speedrunner that I ask and wonder, how long did they have to practice to get
Right.
that good?
I could never. I'm like the opposite. What's the opposite of a speedrunner? I'm a snail gamer.
That's me too. That I like to take my time with games. I don't replay games very often unless it's an all-timer for me.
Mm.
I'm going to, go very slow, complete side quests, do everything because just I know myself, and I know after I've beaten the game, if there's not new post-game content for me to do, once I've beaten the last boss, my engagement with the game will plummet. And that I'm not going to be nearly as likely to go back and collect other secrets or be a completionist. I need to do it before I beat the final boss.
I am the opposite. I have multiple games in my life that I have probably replayed at least 100 times. If I love a game, I get obsessed with it and I can't stop playing it. Resident Evil 4 is one of those games where if you save it, it tells you how many times like you've completed the game. And
Oh,
I legitimately think the when I turned it off, it was 98 playthroughs, I believe, by the time I got rid of my Wii.
that's
I
not a
knew
short game. I know it's not crazy long RPG, but it's also not short.
it's not. My thing would be I would get home from school, and the second I would get home from school, I'd microwave myself some pizza rolls or whatever, and I'd sit on the couch, load up a save of Resident Evil, and play it all night until I had to go to bed. And usually I could get to the island by the time I would go to bed. Because I knew where everything was. I didn't have to backtrack. I knew where all the treasure was. I just run through, grab everything, kill everything, and be like, okay, I did it. Time to go to bed. But I love it. I love it so much.
How did you get into that game when you mentioned earlier that horror was not something that you really enjoyed, and that when you played BioShock initially that you were too scared? So how do you end up getting so deep into Resident Evil?
I I just started to love horror games after BioShock. It brought a love of horror games to me. And now I'm like, horror games don't scare me at all anymore. Not at all. I've like completely desensitized myself to anything scary for some reason. I don't know how I did it, because I was a little baby when I was a kid. But, oh, sorry. I really think BioShock just like opened my eyes to loving horror games. Because I got Resident Evil 4 on the Wii, and it was really hard to convince my mom to let me have it. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think my mom bought that game for me. I think I convinced my stepmom to buy it for me because my mom wouldn't buy it for me. Funnily enough. But yeah, horror games are like one of my favorite genres now. And it's all thanks to my uncle introducing me to games. I don't think I would actually be where I am today without him showing me all this stuff. Like, I would know nothing about gaming or computers or anything.
Aw.
It's really crazy to think about, actually.
Yeah. neither of my parents were gamers. Apparently, eh, my mother got sick after going on a vacation, and my dad bought an NES, which was initially supposed to be for her to be able to play while she was recovering, and she had no interest. He got into it, and that he played it a lot to the point where she now associates the original Mario Brothers Overworld theme with being sick on the couch,
Oh,
and that my dad, while he enjoyed it, didn't play it a ton and sold it, if not before I was born, that when I was far too young to play games at all. So they were never really opposed to games, but neither were really into it. None of my uncles or aunts really were. A few of my cousins were sort of into games, and I would play games with them when I went over to their houses, but that none of the adults in my family were really gamers, so I wound up having to just sort of discover things on my own or more so through friends.
yeah. My dad was big into gaming for a while. I remember the original Counter-Strike, that was one of his favorite games, and he would play it in his office, and I'd always get a little chair, and I'd scoot up next to him, and I'd just watch him play it. Had no idea what was going on, but I'd be like, "Yeah, my dad's winning. He's gaming." He's the reason why I played Soul Calibur 2 as a kid too, because he had an Xbox.
Ah, I got
And
mm,
when I go visit him, my sister and I would be like, let's play some games. And his wife was really into Halo, so she got us into Halo when we were younger. So I guess yeah, like a lot of my on my dad's side anyway, my family was pretty into gaming. Oh man, now I'm thinking about Halo. I remember when we stayed up for the midnight release of Halo 3 because my sister's mom was
Halo 3
just
was an
so excited.
event.
Mhm. Oh, it was amazing. She was so excited, and she was like, "We're gonna stay up all night, and we're gonna play this." And I just remember staying up all night playing Halo 3, watching her play through the campaign, and thinking it was the coolest thing ever. Oh, man.
Mm, I didn't grow up with an Xbox, so I never actually got into the Halo franchise, but I was certainly aware of it. I have a lot of friends who it's just their all-time favorites. I've never actually played through an entire Halo game. I know
Oh
the
my
bare
goodness.
bones of the plot. I remember I actually read the Fall of Reach book back in high school, and it was a
Mhm.
cool book, but it was actually more of a prologue than anything. Um, but that's one of the series that just, while it was constantly in the background for me growing up, it was not actually a series that I personally ever got into, despite the fact that I'd say probably 80% of my friends had played it.
It's such an iconic part of my childhood because it had the four-player split screen
Yeah.
co-op,
Oh,
and you
I've
could
always
play
been such
either.
garbage at computers, and part of that was while my parents weren't opposed to gaming, they didn't want me like owning any shooter games.
That's
They didn't have a
understandable.
problem with me playing them at friends' houses, but they were like, we'd rather not you have them and play them
You
on
don't
the
wanna
daily basis. I was
encourage
like,
this.
whatever. Of just eh, they allowed me to have enough other games that I wanted anyways that I wasn't gonna push back on that one sticking point for them.
Mhm. Um, oh man. When you would do the four-player split screen co-op, it would be me, my sister, and my two cousins. And I can't remember. I think you could do the story in four-player split screen co-op as well. But we were trying to beat Halo 1 on the hardest difficulty. Oh my
Ooh,
goodness. It was such a fun adventure. The four of us trying our heckin' best. 'Cause
yeah,
the last part of that game is like a time section where you have to like get out of the ship before it like explodes or something, and it's so hard on the hardest difficulty. We did it though. It may have taken us really long, but we did beat it.
the few times that I tried to do co-op with friends that they were just carrying me the whole time because I was just no good at it. I enjoyed
He's
watching
kind
them
of
play though.
scary too. because of like the flood and stuff. It gets a little creepy. It's a great game though.
Amazing music. Just the
Oh yeah. Oh goodness. It's so good. Gosh, it's really funny to think, like, the more we talk about this, how much of my life has been molded by video.
But then,
It's just been a big part of my life forever.
but I guess sort of to pivot, that makes it all the more interesting that your primary content for so long, and while you do play more games on stream now than in the past, that your primary content is still ASMR. So
Yep.
how do you end up going from having this actually just very vibrant gaming upbringing to one, discovering ASMR, and I guess this is sort of a two-part of just one, how you discover ASMR, and then how does that end up becoming your primary, and that gaming ends up sort of taking a back seat?
Okay. So how did I get into ASMR? We'll start there. Years and years and years ago, it was probably like 10 years ago by this point, I heard of something called ASMR and I was like, what is that? That sounds so interesting. And I would like read about it. And then one day I was like, you know what? I'm gonna find a video and put it on. And I found like, I think it was ASMR Darling was the very first person I ever found. And I was like, this is interesting. I like how they make the sounds and stuff. This is so cool. But if you go even further back into my life, even before ASMR was a thing, in games, if there was a sound that I liked, I would replay it over and over and over again. As a very small child, I had an I Spy game. And the way the narrator would say words just did something to my brain, and I can remember the exact line of dialogue. He would say, "Follow the buggy to your next stop. Take the airplane to the mountain top." And the way that he emphasized the P and stop and top,
Because I remember I Spy books always would
so
rhyme. Yeah.
But the way he said it just like did something for my brain. So I have like low-key always have been into ASMR even since I was like a little small child, before anyone knew it was a thing. Because even old school Minecraft, playing like walking on iron blocks
Yeah,
was my
like, ding,
favorite
ding,
thing to
ding, ding.
do. So I just fell in love with ASMR like immediately the second I found out it was a thing. And I was
Yeah.
really embarrassed about it because back then it was really taboo. People are like, this is sexual, this is inappropriate. I'm like, this is a girl tapping on a bottle. What do you mean? So I wouldn't really talk about it that much. And then cut to like, I don't know, like 5 or so years later, it started to get a little bigger. People started to be more accepting of it. And I had friends that I would hang out with, and we would just be chilling in like a call, like a Discord call or whatever, and I'd stream a game to them while I was talking, and they would fall asleep. They would get so comfortable listening to me yap and play games that they would pass out. So the more people I met that heard my voice and would hang out with me, they'd say, you should do ASMR. Like, you need to try this at least once. Like, do you know what ASMR is? Because I didn't talk about it.
That's
I'd be like,
so
oh my
interesting.
God, I
The
love
fact
it.
that despite knowing it and really enjoying it, that it was others that sort of no-scoped you and were like, wait, hey, you should do this.
It's funny because I really did want to try it. Like, watching it, I was like, wow, this is so cool. Like, I love the fact that I could help people sleep or like give them a safe space to like hang out and not worry about things for a bit. And so I started streaming 4 years ago in like 2020. But ASMR wasn't a category on Twitch.
I didn't
So
realize it was that new.
yeah, I
'Cause
think
I
it
feel
came
like
out
it's definitely
in
been a
like
thing for at least
2021.
3, but
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't have an ASMR category, and I was really excited when they added it because I had tried to do an ASMR stream like way early into my streaming career. I wasn't very good at it, mind you, because I didn't really understand how to do it. But no one liked it because I think I had to do it in just chatting. And I had a lot of people join in. They're like, "Why are you
Why are you
whispering? Why is
whispering?
this like this? What are you doing?" So I was a little defeated at first. I was like, "Okay, all right, I'll go back to just doing gaming content." And then they added the category.
And then
So I
once
said,
people have that expectation and understanding,
it was a little mixed received at first because my audience was expecting gaming content at the time. I didn't have a big audience or anything, but the few people that were regulars were like, I don't know about this one, Sprout. So I didn't stop. I still did it. I did it about like once a week or so, mixed in with my gaming. But then the problem, this is where it gets a little sad. I was doing a lot of gaming content and I wasn't always good at the games that I played. Sometimes I would struggle with figuring out a puzzle or beating a boss, or if I was doing a platformer, I suck at platformers. And some of the regulars I had at the time were really mean to me about it. And they would like bully me and get really, really rude in the chat to the point where I didn't even wanted to stream games anymore. And so I stopped streaming games. I said,
yeah,
fine,
understandable.
if you guys are gonna talk to me like this,
Yeah.
you don't get this anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm not happy that you went through that, but in some sort of odd roundabout way, it was like, hey, at the very least, it led to you finding the content that you were truly passionate about anyways, so
Yeah, it did work
I'm
out.
not gonna say thank you to them, but,
Yeah, like it does suck that that happened, but I truly do love doing ASMR more than gaming now because I really like connecting with my audience. I like talking to my chat and my amazing community. They're all so sweet. And when I play games, it's really hard for me to keep up with chat, so it makes me sad to game once in a while. So I want to play more games with them because I want to do like silly adventures and stuff. So we have our gaming once a week now, but I think I'm always gonna prefer yapping and hanging out with everybody.
do you recall
Because
what the first ASMR tool, for lack of a better term, was? Of just the first object that you bought or went out of your way to use for ASMR?
kinda, yeah, this is a fun story. Oh, this is a cute story. So the first time, my very first ASMR stream was ASMR gaming. I will say that. It was there was a game called, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what was it called? Such Art? Yeah, Such Art was the first ASMR game that I ever streamed. And that's what I started with because I didn't have tools. But my first official ASMR stream where I had items, I went down to the Dollar Tree with my mom because I was like, Mom, I'm gonna try something new and I need to get items that sound good for ASMR.
Mhm.
And she was excited to help me find things. Like we were walking around the store and like tapping on things,
Yeah,
taking them.
because
And
I did,
oh,
for I do an annual charity marathon for my
mhm.
anniversary, and I have to think of different rewards and thresholds, and it's like, okay, what's something easy in at least a conceptual sense that I can do without having to break the bank or have to buy significant new tech that I think I would be able to at least not have a terrible time with. And it was like, eh, for the first 3 years that I did Vtuber Talk, I did not have a model. I was just a disembodied voice. It's like,
Oh,
okay, I can do ASMR, shrug. I'm not gonna go out and buy, a 3DO or anything, but I can
yeah.
certainly find enough objects around my apartment that would be viable and that we hit that goal. So the week before the ASMR stream, I'm just sort of looking around my apartment and, like you're saying, just sort of tapping different objects and being like, hey, what sounds interesting? And just, whether it be different types of glasses, because, the ceramic glass, a glass one, a plastic one. I got a booster pack, just a Magic the Gathering booster pack, and kept the actual wrapper because it was like, okay, this is really crinkly, this will be good, and just different things. And that I can imagine you and your mom going around a dollar store, because honestly, now that you mention it, that's got to be just a gold mine of, okay, There's
Oh,
so
yeah.
many different things in a dollar store, and everything's going to be dirt cheap, and it doesn't matter what the object is or if it is necessarily going to be quote unquote high quality durable, because all you're doing is going to be tapping it or moving it in some way, shape, or form, and
Yep.
that you can walk out with 20 things. Do you remember how many you actually walked out with?
I think it was like I don't think we spent more than $10. I got one of the things I actually still keep on my desk. I still use it all the time. It's a little textured like glass bottle with like this really pretty like gem stopper cap. I love it. So I just keep it on
Ooh,
my desk because it looks nice.
best dollar you ever
Um,
spent.
yeah, it was only $1. Now at a dollar store, not everything's $1 anymore, but
Yeah.
and it was I think it was in like January or February or so. So they had a bunch of Christmas stuff on sale.
Oh yeah.
So I bought like a bag of pine cones. And surprisingly, pine cones, if you can get a good one, I need to get more because they're like crushed at this point, make a beautiful sound if you squeeze
Mm.
them in the right way and
Oh
release them
yeah,
in
just
the
sort of
right
like
way.
the sort of crackling, I guess.
Yeah, it makes a crackle sound, but when you let go of it, it makes a
Mm.
like a tinkling sound, almost like
As it sort of
water droplets, kinda. I can't really describe it, but it was one of our favorite items back when I first started because it was so unique and strange.
yeah.
Um, and then when that pine cone broke, a few years later, I was out with my mom. It was during Halloween, ironically enough. I think it was like 2 years ago now or so. Um, we were in line for a haunted house, and my mom goes, "Look at that pine cone on the ground. That's the most beautiful pine cone I ever seen." And so I yoinked it off the ground, stole it for ASMR.
You're never able to see pine cones the same way again. That now it's just oh, oh, cool, great, free ASMR prop, awesome.
Right? Ooh, a little treat for me. Let's go. But it's funny because anytime I go out with her, or sometimes even if I'm not with her, she will buy things and be like, "I thought this would be good for your
Aw.
ASMR. What do you
Oh, I
think?"
love it when parents are, supportive and just like, "Hey, I got you this thing. I thought it would be cool for the thing that you do." That's so
Yeah, it's
sweet.
funny. Sometimes I'm like, "Oh, no, that's not gonna work," but I appreciate it. But sometimes she gets some really good ones. She got us this, like, little, it was like a little fidget toy, and it was like a snowman, and when you squeeze him, he's supposed to sound like crunching snow, and that one is a
Ooh.
really fun one. That one's a really nice one.
Mm. Yeah,
But then
the
she
sound of
also
snow.
she got me, like, a mini singing bowl one time, and because it's so tiny, the pitch is
Really
incredibly high,
high.
so it
Oh,
sounds like a
no.
mosquito flying into your ear. I'm like, "It's cute, but it's a little too much."
Yeah.
I appreciate the thought so much, though.
Mhm. Are there any, either props or, sounds or just even microphones that you don't have yet that you're hoping to eventually get?
Oh, that's a good question. I am such a microphone collector. It's a problem. It's actually a problem. I have too many.
How many do you uh, two-part
Let's
question. How many
Mhm.
mics have you ever owned, and how many do you own currently?
I never get rid of them, so I have all of them still. My first ever microphone for ASMR streaming was actually a Tascam. If you know what a Tascam is, they're like a little handheld microphone with two little capsules on the side. They're super sensitive. I think they're meant for like nature recording.
Oh,
But
that makes
ASMR
sense, and I
artists.
can imagine why that would be very good for ASMR because,
Mhm.
I'm looking these up now. I have some friends who are audio engineers, and I know folks that will just carry these around in their bag day-to-day life,
Yeah.
and that, um, it's apparently not an uncommon thing for audio designers to just create their own sound libraries because you can buy access to sound libraries, but
Mhm.
one that costs money and just different licensing and attribution and whatnot. So what people will do is just record things around them. That I have a friend who I remember I was just walking outside with him at one point, and he was like, "Oh, hold on, wait." He had like the way that the actual sidewalk we were walking on, for whatever reason, caught his ear. He was like, I like the sound. So he pulled out the Tascam, holds it down, takes a couple steps, and was like, cool, and just did,
That's awesome.
sometimes it would be, all right, stepped on a crunchy leaf. That was really good. Okay, step on another one, recorded. Or, that pot or pan that you just hit. 1 second, can I like scrape my nail against it just for a second? Sure. And that
That's
just
pretty
they
awesome.
collected,
Yeah.
and that at first it's only a couple sounds, but 3, 4, 5 years in, folks can have thousands and thousands of sounds that they all have the rights to because they actually recorded it, and that it's just something that they carry and grow throughout their careers.
That's honestly so smart. I
But
love my
that you use
Tascam,
that
but
for streaming.
yes, I only use my Tascam for ASMR because one of the ASMR artists I watched, Frivolous Fox, she's one of my big inspirations in getting into ASMR. She used a Tascam a lot, and I always thought it sounded so beautiful. Like the sound sounded so crisp, and the way when you tap on the little capsules sounded nice. But I was really poor at the time, so I could not afford the nice Tascam.
Mm,
So I had to buy the cheapest one. I think it was like $60 or something. The audio quality wasn't quite as nice as the one she had, but hey, it worked. It was my little guy that I used to get me like my foot in the door for ASMR kinda.
yeah.
And then eventually I graduated onto the base model 3DO, because at the time that was like the pretty popular microphone in ASMR. I think it still might be the most popular one, at least for
At least to me,
Twitch.
as someone who is not into ASMR, 3DO is what I think of as sort of the brand name for
Mhm.
ASMR microphones. I'm not sure if it's at the point where that is if
It's
that's
actually
sort of
my
like the
least
normie or
favorite
the
one.
yeah.
I
My
hate
guess
the
is that's
3DO
not
now.
actually as big for those that are in the ASMR community, and that's probably just almost the stereotype at this point.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to some of the better ones just aren't marketed as well as the 3DO, and people don't talk about them, so people don't know about it. So I try my best to like, if anyone ever has questions about ASMR, and I know that they're being serious and not just like messing with me, I will answer anyone's questions about ASMR ever. Like, I get random DMs sometimes from people that are like, I'm so sorry to bother you. And I'm like, you're not bothering me. I would love to share with you any information that I can if you are truly passionate about ASMR, because it's such a fun content to make and everyone can make it their own. And I try my best to never gatekeep information from anyone, because what's the point of that?
Yeah.
You know? But I eventually graduated to the second 3DO, which is like the mid-tier one. And then I learned about a new microphone well, it's not new. I guess it's been around for a while, just people don't know about it. But it was actually designed by someone that makes ASMR. It's an ear microphone, and their content was ASMR, and they didn't think that any of the microphones on the market were quality to price ratio was good. They
As
were
some of
like,
the
this
best
is
things in the
ridiculous.
world have their origins of, I want
Mhm.
this thing. Nobody is making this thing that I want at the quality that I want. Fine, I'll do it
I'll
myself.
do it myself. Yep. So they did, and it's called the SR3D, and that's the microphone that I use now. And I love it so much. The price, cheaper than a 3DO. The quality, equal to or better than the 3DO. So it's crazy to me. I wish more people knew about it and to support them, because the company itself, everyone that I've ever talked to, because I had an issue with my order and I had to talk to their customer service, they were so sweet, so helpful. Everything got dealt with. And as a thank you for me being so nice to them, they sent me like free stuff with my
Aw,
microphone and everything. And I was
now
like, oh
that's
my
customer
gosh, this is
service.
crazy. Yeah, I love them so much. And they've actually been adding more new microphones. They have a dummy head microphone now that's more affordable than, like, I don't know, the one that everyone has, like the Coup, which is like a
Yeah,
$10,000
I've seen that. And
microphone.
just I look at the price tag and say, oh
Mm-mm.
my!
That's
I
crazy.
I can understand conceptually that you know, even though I'm not an audio engineer, that I'm familiar with base concepts and that, yes, certain ones are going to have higher quality, but there's that inflection point of improvement versus cost.
Right.
I forget what the technical term is for it, but that you're looking for what is the best quality per, like whatever quality unit versus the price, and that at some point the rate of return is going to
Yeah.
become much less. And that in tech, it's not just microphones, but tech as a whole, yeah, diminishing returns,
Mhm.
thank you. That diminishing returns for microphones can get very severe and very expensive very quickly.
Yes.
And I just look and say, all right, I, at that point, hey, if you are able to spend that much money responsibly and it's
Yeah,
something you're
go
passionate
for
about, great, good for you. But at the same time, I look at it and say, I don't know what percentage of your audience is going to be able to tell the $10,000
it.
microphone from the $3,000 microphone.
Well, another thing with that too is the Coup wasn't designed for ASMR at all. It was designed for like recording like orchestra in like the most realistic way possible or something. It's supposed to be for recording like studio stuff. But you also not only do you need to pay $10,000 for the microphone, the audio setup, like the audio interfaces and like all the other tech you need to make that microphone worth it is probably another like $20,000 worth of equipment.
Yeah, because
And like
even just
who
for
the heck?
basic XLRs, you need to have usually, interface. Sometimes you need to have
Mhm.
phantom power or something like that.
Yep.
And I am completely unsurprised to hear that there's something, like that, and just more expensive. That the more expensive the actual tech is, yeah, I'm willing to bet that the peripherals and other enablers are going to be equally proportionally expensive.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's not a microphone necessarily expected to be bought by the average
Yeah.
consumer. They're supposed to be for like big studios and everything. And I do think it's cool if someone wants to invest in that. Like, hey, I always say that if you want to spend your money
Yeah.
responsibly on something that makes you happy, go for it because life is too short not
Yeah.
to. But do a little research before investing
Yeah.
sometimes. Because there's a lot of quality things out there that aren't gonna cost a bajillion dollars.
Mm.
I never said how many mics I had. I went rambling on and on about everything. Okay, let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I also have a dummy head mic. I think I have 8 different microphones for ASMR, and I only really use the SR3D on Twitch. Um, but the reason why I only use ear microphones on Twitch is because I think it helps you feel a little more connected to the viewer. It feels a little more like close. Like while I'm
Mm.
talking, I can do like a little ear massage or I can tap on the microphone. It's not just voice. It's easier to do triggers with it. And it doesn't get in the way. But I have so many mics. I'm really excited to someday set up my dummy head mic. I want to do a lot of recording with that because it's massive. I
Have
don't even
you
remember which one it is.
have you done any pre-recorded ASMR, or has it
Yeah.
all been just live?
No, I used to do a lot of pre-recorded stuff on YouTube. Most of the YouTube was pre-recorded for a while. And I was so consistent, but unfortunately, like some things happened in my life and I had to put a hold on YouTube for a while because I had a lot of stuff that I had to deal with. And once you stop doing something for a long time, it's
Yeah,
hard to
getting
get
out of the
back into the
habit.
groove into it.
Mm.
So I really want to get back into it again. I have a lot of like ideas and stuff for pre-recorded. But right now I'm actually waiting for my 3D model to get done because I want to start doing a lot more like visual ASMR stuff.
Mm.
Especially for pre-recorded, so I'm just kinda, like, in this weird middle ground where I'm like, "Should I make more YouTube before I'm fully ready, or should I just wait? I don't know."
When you do the pre-recorded, do you write full scripts, or is it more sort of, okay, I'm going to focus on this style of trigger for an amount of time?
Nope, I've never written a script for anything ever. Everything that I do, I just go in without any, like, pre-decided anything. I'm just like, okay, let's just go in and figure out what's gonna work out. Most of my pre-recorded stuff didn't have any talking, at least, so I didn't have to worry about that. There
Mm,
are a few videos, though, where it's rambling, and oh man, is it rambling. I
but
just flip that switch, the yapping switch gets turned on, and I just go.
that's the thing for me. So I knew about ASMR before seeing it streamed. That I knew about it even before just stumbling upon it on YouTube. That I think it must have been during some science class in high school that just sort of a paragraph or small section mention it in one unit or another. And, it's a unique enough concept that I remembered it. So when I saw it as content, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense of just, doing soundy things and that some people could enjoy that. It makes total sense. And that for me, surprise, surprise, the talk show host likes the talky, yappy ASMR, that it very much is, if somebody wants it to be just very quiet, just chatting. But it can also be, like you said, some folks do ASMR and there's zero talking.
Mhm.
And, every so often I'll tune into those streams and just sort of enjoy it almost from a scientific standpoint, that it doesn't do, I don't get quite the, brain fuzzies that some folks get, that I can enjoy it usually. There's a couple sounds, like usually wet sounds I do not care for. Like the ear
Mhm.
licking ones just don't do it for me. I can understand why some do, but just hearing that, it's like, that's, if anything, the brain fuzzies in the bad way. But there's some that I enjoy. But for me, I wound up bouncing around the ASMR category early on just because I was able to find a lot of people like you who just talk and do ASMR, and that some would do triggers and other sounds
Mhm.
combined with it, and that, even if it's sort of half and half, that's still enough for me to work with, and that it's been fun to find folks that way. That it's actually been a while since I've had someone who specialized in ASMR on the show, but I've been very fortunate over the years to have a very good handful of ASMR artists, and that it's such a interesting and unique category, and just the combination of really science, art, entertainment, and the fact that the results and enjoyment are going to vary from person to person inherently. That everybody has usually some sounds they really do like and some that they don't like. For
Mhm.
you, what is your favorite trigger to perform and to hear for yourself?
Oh, it's so hard for me to say what my favorite is because there's so many that I like. I don't listen to music. I listen to ASMR. So it just depends on the day what my brain's feeling. I do like a lot of like different clacky sounds or just ear massages and stuff like that. Kind of like the basic things. Um, I I don't listen to a lot of talking ASMR. It depends. I'm very picky about my talking ASMR, which is really funny as someone that does primarily talking ASMR. Um, but I can't have people that talk like super fast or anything. They have to be really slow and they have to enunciate well because I have an audio processing disorder and I can't understand people sometimes if they don't enunciate well. Or so instead of sleeping, I'm focusing more on their words rather than trying to rest.
Mm,
But I'm definitely really into like ear massage sounds as long as they're slower. I prefer slow ASMR. If it's too fast, my brain's like, "Whoa, relax there, buddy. This isn't a race. Calm down." Um, and then in terms of ASMR to do, oh man, I just like doing everything, honestly. If I know that my audience is enjoying it, I'm having a fun time. Um, doing triggers. There's actually a trigger that I invented that is really fun to do because we get a little silly with it, and it's a really dumb trigger.
Oh, I
Oh,
think Masso in the chat may have already gotten it.
oh yeah,
Microwave?
Maso microwave, yes. Um, I'm really shy when it comes to singing, and that includes humming. So one day someone was like, "Can you hum like a little song for us?" And I said, "I don't think my body will physically let me, but I can hum a single note."
Oh,
And
and
then I
then it
just started
sounds like a
like,
microwave.
yeah. So I said, "Wow, that sounds like a microwave." So I ear cupped the mic to muffle it a little bit, and I started doing that one note hum. And I was like, all right, I'm microwaving chat now. And then at the end, I'll even go beep, beep, beep.
Ding.
And it's such a silly trigger, but it's
But
so
it's so
good. Like it
unique.
sounds so nice.
And that just, it's something that is relatively universal. That as soon as, when I first read in the chat, microwave, I was like, what could microwave be? And that I pretty quickly went in and was like, oh, it must just be the
Yep. Yep, it's really funny because we'll even have people that are new that'll join in like in the middle of it sometimes, and they're like, "Why does it sound like I'm in a microwave right now?" And we're all like, "That's
Oh,
the
good.
point." It's so good. Um, but yeah, I just think that's a fun one to do because everyone gets excited. We have a little emote on 7TV called the microwave, and it's one of my emotes in a microwave spinning. It's really cute.
That could, I just realized, when you get your 3D model, you could actually be in a microwave and
I
like
could.
rotate.
Could spin myself while I microwave chat. That would be fun. I'll have to come up with something like that. Or put my mascot in there, because he's gonna have a 3D
Oh,
model too.
oh.
Time to microwave little guy. Oh no, that would be like turning him into chicken nuggets. Poor
Not
little guy.
escargot.
Our mascot's actually a pigeon.
So
Funnily enough.
this brings up sort of two questions. How do snails end up getting into all this? And then how do pigeons get into all this after snails?
Okay, so why am I a snail? This is a dumb story also. I feel like all of my origin is just me being a silly little guy and pranking my friends. I used to be a VR chat role player years ago. And everyone had their model. Like everyone was like, this is my go-to model. This is what I look like all the time when we're not doing role play. And I was like, well, I need something like that. So I was scouring all the worlds and eventually ended up on Booth, if you've ever heard of that website.
Yeah.
And I found this little avatar that was like a little snail gremlin thing that looked really goofy, like a little alien snail. And I was like, that's perfect. This feels like me. And so I was actually a full-on snail first before I was a snail girl. And then all my friends started getting these anime girl models. They were all like fox girls, cat girls, bunny girls, like all this stuff. And I
And
was like,
that just made your path very logical.
wouldn't it be stupid if I was a snail girl? So I had a friend that she made models, and she was like, yeah, I can make you a snail girl model, I guess, sure. So I just made it happen, and everyone thought it was so silly and so funny. But then the more I thought about it, I was like, this just makes sense for me. I'm really soft-spoken and quiet. I do things really slowly. I'm really chill. Snail is like the perfect creature for me, and it just stuck, and I never wanted to change, and now I love it so much. Like, snails are a huge part of my like identity in real life now too. And my family even knows that. And they'll like buy little snails, and there's like little snails all over my house and stuff because it's just like our
Aw.
thing now. And then for pigeons, I have a big passion towards pigeons, like huge. It is my goal, my dream. If I ever get enough money in life from streaming or like any other way, I want to rescue pigeons because I love them a lot. There's a big problem with pigeons where because they hang out in such garbagey, polluted areas, they'll sometimes they can break a beak on trash, or their toes can get tangled up in like string and they can't use their feet anymore, or their wings will get damaged in some way and they can't take care of themselves in the wild anymore. So people rescue them and give them proper lives and stuff, and that is what I want to do so bad because I love birds. And pigeons they're basically domesticated birds at this point. They're very loving and they're very chill and they're very quiet, just like me. And I just want to give them good homes because they're just precious little babies. Someday.
And so, chat are your pigeons.
Yeah, they're my little guys. But yeah, so our mascot became a little pigeon. He's a little pink, blue, and purple pigeon named Little Guy. And oh, he's such a precious little guy. I love him.
Did your interest in keyboards come about because of ASMR, because clicky clack, or was that separate? Was that independent of the ASMR stuff?
Nope, it was strictly sound-based. I saw a video of a sound test like 7 or so years ago, and I said, keyboards can sound like that? And it changed my mind about everything when it came to keyboards. And I have a problem when it comes to hyperfixating on things when I get an interest. So I think I spent like 2 weeks learning about how to build a keyboard. And then when I was ready, I bought all the parts and I started building them all right there. And I can't stop. I'm now addicted.
Now, you sent me a bunch of pictures, but before we get to those, do you know how many different keyboards you've built? Have you kept track?
This is when I go to my... I have a command on my channel that tells me. Hang on, let me go look. That's a good question, because...
At the same time, I feel like, okay, this must be a common question if you're at the point where you have a command that answers it.
It's like 8, maybe 7. I think
that's
it's
not,
8.
That's not crazy.
Well, it is crazy when you think about how expensive they are. Because a keyboard on average costs $300 to $400 to build usually, unless you're going like super budget. It's 7. Thanks, Acers. Yeah, he made the command. He would know.
So in that case, you may have actually... How many did you send me? Because you sent me like at least 5.
Yeah, I didn't.
You sent me
have
7, so I have all 7.
Oh, I do. I did. No, I don't. I didn't take pictures of all of them. Then there must be some not on the list. There's a couple that we don't count because they're really bad.
Well, the ones that you sent me look all wonderful, and
one of those is actually a horrible keyboard that chat loves that I wish I could throw out a window.
As we go, I'm going to guess which one it is. Don't tell me which one.
Okay, I won't tell you.
But I guess
I can tell you the story behind it
too. They weren't labeled, so I just sort of named the files myself based on them, just for my own reference. I just labeled this one Vibrant Keyboard. That of the ones you sent me, that it has the brightest colors, the red in particular.
That
is
one
definitely just, it pops. And you know, unsurprisingly, your color palette, like with your model and other things, tended more towards the pastel, the lighter colors. So this one, you know, it's not neon or anything, but this one popped a little bit more. And I did also notice the little
the butt?
the key, the butt key.
Yeah, it's squishy. I love that thing. That keyboard, so that is a Zoom TKL. I love that keyboard. That keyboard has a kind of fun story behind it. Those keycaps specifically, they're by a keyboard designer that I really, really, really love. But I could not afford those keycaps. They were really expensive, and they only ran one run of them, like several years ago. And they were like, "All right, we're doing one run, and we're never doing these again." And I couldn't afford them at the time, so I didn't get them, and I missed it, and I was devastated because look at how pretty those are. And then a couple years ago, they were like, "All right, we're gonna do one last run of these in my favorite keycap profile." Because the first one was ran in cherry profile. These ones are I think it's XDA.
I do
And
not know what profiles mean in this case.
it's the height of the keycaps, like in the way that they sit. The keycap profile for these are all universal, so every keycap is the same height. There's no, like, you know how on standard keyboards you probably have like a standard keyboard which is cherry profile. They kind of like raise a little bit with each like row.
Yeah.
These ones are all at the same level, which I like because I like having my nails really long, and it makes it so I don't accidentally hit buttons.
Okay, that makes sense.
But chat got me those keycaps for my birthday one year because they knew that I really loved them, and I had to wait a year and a half for them to get delivered because of keycap group buys. But when they finally got delivered, I had the perfect keyboard to put them on. Oh, I love that keyboard. It's so nice.
Do you
I
have
don't
any?
know what switches are in that one.
Do you have any preferences or standards? Actually, now that you mentioned it, about either switches or just the board itself. That I know very little about keyboards. I'm really good when it comes to software. I don't know much at all about hardware. I know the basics. I know that switches are a thing. And I know that there's different resistance levels, and that naturally can impact the sound. I know that obviously there's different layouts that you can have for the keyboard. I don't know what the proper terms for most of those things are. So please do not hesitate to use and educate me on jargon as we go. But even among the keyboards that you've built and sent me the pictures of, that there's some variance to the layout. So what is this layout called? That this is pretty standard. It's just everything except for the number pad, really.
Yeah, that's a TKL. TKLs still have the like. It's basically just a keyboard without the numpad. That is usually my favorite layout. I have, however, started to prefer the 75% just because it's just a little bit more desk space. But I honestly like TKLs the most because there's more keys on it that I can put cute keycaps on. Like, I can put all my silly little novelty keycaps on the, like, print screen stuff buttons over there. And then for switches, linears. Always linears. I hate tactiles. I hate clicky keys. Ugh. If you ever catch me using a clicky keyboard as my default keyboard, make sure I'm okay. Because that's not me. I was replaced.
Interesting that the almost stereotypical clicky keyboard for you, the ASMR artist, is something that you don't like.
I don't know how people like clicky keyboards for ASMR. I hate the sound of it. I think a nice, creamy, linear keyboard is heaven. Oh my goodness. It's so good. It tingles my brain in just the right way.
I figure it does also make sense that, as someone who does ASMR, that you probably wouldn't want to be using a loud keyboard, at least not in your day-to-day, because if you're going to be typing or doing something while doing ASMR, you can't have it being super loud. And if it's a softer keyboard, that one, either it can be part of the background noise, or it might just be quiet enough to not get picked up depending on how you position the keyboard.
Well, my keyboards, I specifically build them for ASMR, so I want them to have like that nice, good sound, almost like raindrops on a marble floor kind of sound, just like the nice tippy tappies. And it's funny, sometimes I'll be like, "One sec, chat, I gotta send a message." And someone who doesn't realize I have a really good keyboard will be like, "Whoa, do that again." It's really funny.
Which of the keyboards that you sent me was the first one that you made, or the earliest one that you made?
The first one, let me see. I gotta see what pictures I sent now. Let me see. The earliest one in the one I sent you, because I didn't have pictures of the very first one that I have built, is probably that pink and blue one.
Okay, I think I know which one that is. I think
Yeah,
that
either the pink and blue one or the
Nope,
white
that's
and
not it.
purple one. No, not that
This
one.
one.
Yes, that's actually. I don't know what happened to the pictures of my very first keyboard that I ever built. And then the second keyboard that I ever built. So technically that's the third one. Because I don't know where pictures are of my first and second one. That one is a... Oh my gosh, what is that keyboard called? It's a Charm Blue. Made by... Oh god. Bellsprout, why don't you know your keyboards anymore? I have so many.
When I put this one in, I just labeled it,
That's what
it
it
was
is.
Macaron, because I'm not sure if those 4 keys on the bottom row are supposed to be macarons, but that's what they looked like to me.
That is a good question. I think that those keycaps are a reference to an anime character. That is the ID87 Charm Blue. It's by Idobao. There we go. I just had to get a little refresher.
It's also
I
the
love that
only one that
keyboard.
has Japanese characters on it.
Yes, that keycap set does have the little Japanese characters as well. That keyboard is really special to me because pink and blue are my 2 favorite colors, and they only made 100 of those. Yeah, each keyboard is numbered. It has a number on it, so you know which one you have. I don't remember which one I have off the top of my head. But that was a really fun one to build. It's a really weird keyboard too, because it doesn't have a plate. It's all strictly top mounted to the metal part, so the sound is really interesting, and it's a very stiff keyboard, but it's so cool.
And I'm guessing the board itself seems to have come with this one. That just the way that it matches.
Oh no, it didn't.
Oh wow! So
yeah, I was trying to see what keycaps those are, but it won't pop up. They're Noels. That's what they are. Those are PBT Noels, and those keycaps. I have a big love for those keycaps, but I was also mad because when those first came out, if you don't know much about keyboards, a lot of keyboards for custom ones and keycaps, they only make them once. Once they run the group buy, if you missed it, it's over. The only way you can get it is if someone resells it, or if someone happens to buy the license for whatever reason and is like, okay, I'll do a rerun of this.
Yeah, I've never bought a special or custom keycap set or keyboard like this, but I have a couple friends who have, and I've heard about when you're mentioning the group buys, and you mentioned that you waited over a year for one. I know some folks who have waited a year plus for just single keycaps, like just single promo keycaps. It's just going to be for the escape key or something. And
that's why I don't
they're
recommend
made special, and that we were talking earlier about game production, that you need to have that minimum order and the production, the distribution, all that. And since that's what all of these are, it's not surprising to me to hear that you have to wait a good while for things to get made. And obviously, once you finally get it, it's something very special, but I can imagine it's a bit of a hassle, and especially, like you're saying, if you miss the window or something, that finding somebody who wants to sell one of what is going to be a very limited set has to be difficult.
Yes, it sucks so much because there's so much FOMO when it comes to keyboard building, especially if you get into it late or something, where something is already run that you didn't ever know existed, and now you're screwed because you can never get it. And that was these keycaps. I never knew they existed. When they first ran, they were originally a GMK set, which is like the popular people that make keycaps in the keyboard industry. So they did the one run, never got them. People reselling them for like $500, and I said, "Are
Oh,
you kidding me? No." But one of my favorite keyboard companies, they bought the license to the set, and they re-ran them now, and now you can buy them whenever you want. They're always
yay.
in stock, and I was so happy because I thought I would never, ever, ever get my hands on these keycaps. But now it's fine because I got them. But that's the nice thing with this company that I was talking about, Canon Keys. They buy a lot of licenses to popular sets like that to rerun them for people that never got the chance to get them. And they're trying to make more in-stock products rather than sitting for months waiting for group buys to happen, which I
Mm.
think is really awesome. That's why I love that that keyboards are getting more popular now because more companies are like, oh, okay, so people are actually going to buy this, so we have a reason to keep it in stock. We're not going to lose money if we produce this and it's going to sit there. People are actually going to buy this. So, more people get into keyboards so we can have more nice things, please.
I appreciate that you have, it's sitting on this very fluffy blanket that I'm not sure if you're into photography, but it felt very deliberate in that as we go through the other keyboards, I noticed that the backgrounds, the surface that they're on is different from the most part. I think there's two that seem to just be on the desk, but some of these seem to have been staged, and that this one in
Mhm.
particular having, the very fuzzy blanket, the very soft pastel colors, that's a very nice photo, and I'm guessing that you were never actually using it on this blanket, but I appreciated the effort for this picture.
I actually did that. So I used to just take pictures of my keyboards on my desk. So the earlier keyboards, that one's a retake picture. Because the picture I used to have of it was really horrible. When I first started, I didn't think about it. I was like, people aren't going to care that much. They just want to see the keyboard. Just take a picture of it. And then a keyboard content creator that I follow and really like, his name's Alexitos. He does crazy, incredible keyboard photography. And I was hanging out in his stream one time, and he was like, "You don't need a fancy setup to take a picture of a keyboard. Keyboards are tiny. Grab a blanket, find a plant, find your table, put it at a cool angle, get some decent lighting, and snap a photo, and it'll look professional and super nice." And I thought, really? Is it that simple? And after he gave that advice, like I just started taking pictures of my keyboards like that to try to make it look a little more like clean, so it's more focused on the keyboard rather than whatever the heck is going on my desk at the time.
Mm.
But that's
How
all it
often do you
takes.
actually switch your keyboards around in
It
terms of like which one you're
depends.
actively using?
It really, really depends. Sometimes I am feeling sassy and I'll switch them out a lot, but the one I've been using right now, I have been using since I built it. Um, Typically, I switch it as soon as I build a new one because it's like, ooh, it's new and fresh and exciting. I do have a favorite keyboard out of all the ones I sent you pictures of, though,
Don't tell
that
me which is your favorite. I
I
want to
won't.
guess later, but which is the one that you're actively using now, the most recent one?
The most recent one that I built it's a 75% lavender. I think you pulled up a picture of it a minute ago. The one right before this one. The
Um,
keycaps are like super colorful.
this one?
They kind of look like sweet tarts. Yeah, that's the one I'm using right now.
Mm.
That
Oh
one has
gosh.
an LCD
As soon as
screen
you
on
said
it.
sweet tarts, I was like, oh, I see it.
Yeah, it looks so yummy, right? I like that one because it has a little screen on it and I can upload GIFs to it. And
I hadn't
I
even
have a
noticed that at first.
yeah, I have a GIF of Kirby kissing his friend on there, so I think it's funny.
Oh.
I
Now
just
this
put dumb
one,
GIFs on there.
now this one is interesting because it has the delete page up, page down on the side. That you
Yeah.
have your function keys up top, but that those other ones are just over there. The directional pad is right up against the shift key. The lower
Mhm.
right shift key is actually made a bit smaller than usual to make space for the up key. It's a very different layout than most keyboards, but that lower right corner actually just conceptually, do you find that easier to use, or is it something that you acclimated to and now it feels about the same, or is it more difficult to use because it's just a little bit unorthodox?
It's just one of those things you like get used to over time. Like, especially when you're building different keyboards and you're trying all these different layouts. Some will feel a little funky and you won't like them, but this one, I've used this so much. I like the 75%. A lot of 75% do have it like this. I like it. It doesn't bother me. It feels about like typing on a normal keyboard. The only thing I will say is that sometimes I do smash the like between the shift and the up key once in a while. It doesn't happen that much,
Oh,
but sometimes with my long nails, I'll accidentally click two buttons at the same time.
what's the intended function of the screen in the upper left or the upper right? That is it just so people can put funny little gifs and animations and such?
It has a few features. You can program it to show like your PC temperatures. You can put the
Mm.
weather on it if you want. You can put the GIFs. It has like a few different things programmed into it. I just thought it was neat because you don't see screens on keyboards very often. I can
Yeah.
even swap out the screen and put a volume knob there instead if I wanted to, but
Ooh.
that's too much work. I don't want to crack open this keyboard again. This is actually, we have a nickname for this keyboard.
Hmm.
We call it the Trauma Bond keyboard because I built this one on stream. And when I was plugging in the daughter board, which is, I don't actually know what it does, to be honest. I accidentally bent the pins inside. And I was freaking out because I was like, no, if I can't fix this, this keyboard is actually useless. Like, there's nothing you can do. It's over. So I was sitting there panicking for maybe like an hour trying to figure out what to do. And eventually there was a little plastic cover over the pins. So I ripped off the cover with some pliers and I unbent all the pins. And I fixed it, and it works, and I will never open this keyboard back up again in fear of everything falling apart.
Understandable. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was a nightmare. Chat was freaking out. I was on the verge of tears of breaking my keyboard. Maybe that's why I don't want to switch this one out. It's got too many good memories that it works.
Let's see. How about the blue one? This is the only one that has just consistent keys across the board. It also has this fun little, I can't tell if that's a button or like a joystick in the upper
It's a knob.
It's a knob?
Little volume knob.
Okay, that makes sense. But this, it looks like, I don't know if it's more like geodes or shells in a way, but that it's an interesting texture in that it's not uniform in how it looks, that the color for being consistent, that the texture across the keys is not, and that this visually, at least in terms of the keycaps, is very unique among the boards that you made. What drew you to these keycaps that are relative divergence from your usual style?
Those are ceramic keycaps. They're not even made out of plastic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I thought that was really cool. And
How
they
heavy does that
are
make the board?
they design them in a way so that they're not super heavy. They're really not that bad, surprisingly. They do have issues though. I love my ceramic keycaps, but I have problems with them. They sound gorgeous. Oh gosh, the sound is incredible. The problem with it is since it's made from a hard, stiff material, if you use it, sometimes the stems of your switches will rub down the stem inside the keycap, and create a gap so it doesn't fit perfectly anymore and it falls off.
Oh
So the space bar
no.
on that keyboard actually doesn't fit on there anymore. So I had to
Ah.
put like a crappy old space bar on it from a different set. And it makes me sad. So that is my look don't touch keyboard now.
Mm.
Because I don't want all the keys to fall off. But the way it sounds like, oh my gosh, what is even a good way to describe the sound of that? It does sound like heavy raindrops without like the splashy sound when it hits the ground. It's just like, it's so good for ASMR. It's such a good keyboard. And it makes me sad. I'm hoping that they update those keycaps a little bit to not have that issue because they are aware of it.
Mm.
But the way they look too, isn't it so fun? Like the crackle, the glaze on it. They come in a
Yeah.
few different colors and it's really neat. And that is a that layout's a 65%. It is my least favorite keyboard layout. It's too small.
Mm.
I
I've seen
don't
some
not
like super small ones. I don't know if it's 50 or something, but I've seen ones where it is a single rectangle, no space in between anything.
Mhm.
Doesn't have function keys. Just it's itty bitty. It looks like I don't know how you're able to use those keyboards and actually have space for your hands.
That's why I don't like the 65% because it doesn't have function buttons. Because I play a lot of MMOs, so I need my F keys sometimes. And it's funny though, because I hate 65% keyboards, but I love 40% keyboards because I think they're cute. And 40% keyboards are pretty much only the letters and the spacebar. There's like nothing else. I think that's the smallest it can get down to. Although I do have a keyboard that is only 2 buttons, so maybe that's the smallest it gets down to.
I'm skeptical if you call it a keyboard at that point. At that point, it's a switchboard.
Yeah, it's basically a macro pad, but they called it a keyboard. They made it for Osu. That's like a rhythm game, and you have to like click your keys really fast. So people made these like tiny little boards.
Oh,
Just 2 buttons.
okay.
I don't even really play that game. I was just like, I want to try playing this game because it lets me
Oh,
click my
that
keyboard
one.
a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I just looked up Osu. That's the
Mhm.
one where it's usually on a touch screen, isn't it? Because you're having to follow sort of paths and shapes.
People use like a drawing tablet instead of a mouse to follow the shapes, but then you also have to click the buttons as you hit it's really hard.
That's that makes it feel like a whole different game at that point. Just you're playing to the same music, yes, but at that point the input function is so different. It's just a
Yeah,
different set of
it's
skills, really.
crazy. It's crazy. I had friends into it and they were like, you should try it. And I go, okay, I'll try it. I said, I can't do this. This is too hard. It's fun, but man, once you play it, do you get respect for people that are really good at the game?
This one I just
Love
called
that one.
the hippo keyboard because the little
Yeah.
hippos.
Little
Uh,
hippo butt.
yeah.
Those keycaps are made by a keyboard creator. His name's Tech, and his mascot is
Okay.
a hippo. He was one of the first keyboard creators that I really vibed with because his content is so good for people that don't know anything about keyboards. He's such a good starter content creator to start learning on what is good, what is affordable. So that's my little hippio board. That's actually my budget keyboard that I wanted to show chat, that you can make a keyboard that costs just as much as a pre-built keyboard and it still sounds nice. That's that whole board is actually plastic. It's made by Acco, and I think it cost $50.
Oh,
So
wow.
like with the keycaps and everything, that keyboard costs like $120 total to build. It was so affordable, and it sounds so nice. That's one of the, if somebody ever is like, "Well, I wanna build a keyboard, what's a good one to start with?" That is one of the boards I always recommend because it's so user-friendly, it's not a hard build at all. Very, very plug and go.
So this next one is the one that I think is your least favorite keyboard, and the one you mentioned that there was one that you want to throw away and that Chad apparently doesn't. And that initially visually, it seemed very appealing, but then the more I looked at it, the more I realized that this keyboard is very different from others for multiple reasons.
It's evil.
Whoops, that's not it. That one, this one.
That's the one. There she is.
Because it might not be immediately apparent, but if you look at it for just a couple seconds, you realize these keys are not all the same height.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's a fun story.
It just visually they look very nice. That just they're sort of like they seem to be like a satin almost.
Those are
they look
palm keycaps, which is like a very strange plastic. They sound very strange. Palm keycaps are super weird.
Just there's no consistency that I can see.
Nope.
In terms of the coloring. It's very haphazard. There's a couple of random ones that just have shapes that really don't seem relevant. A single arrow key that isn't on the arrow key pad, but I guess that's the page down key. No arrow on the page up key. There's also 2 unoccupied switches I notice in the upper right area.
Oh my god.
This one just it's one of those pictures that the longer you look at it, the more distressing it becomes. But it also has a Kirby keycap, and therefore it is.
It does.
It has this redeeming feature. Just Kirby with the star rod, just hang out, and just okay, yeah. But otherwise, I can understand why this keyboard would be like
it's the bane of my existence.
The pinkish, salmonish one that is farthest to the left almost looks like it's angled. Like it almost looks warped. That might just be a trick of the light here.
That might just be a trick. This keyboard is I can never get rid of it, basically. So a few years ago I did a charity stream, and if we hit a certain goal, I said I would build a clicky keyboard. So this is a clicky keyboard.
Okay, so the stuff that I was saying wasn't even related to the part, because you mentioned earlier that you don't like clicky keyboards. Obviously, I can't tell just from glancing, but it's funny that on top of being visually distressing, it's also auditorially distressing.
Oh, it's horrible. They have some of the heaviest clicky switches in it you can buy. It's box jades, which are, not only are they clicky, they're loud clickies. Clickier than like blues that you would hear in a standard one. And And so chat had an option. I had a whole keycap set, or I had a bag of keycaps that were just extras from a different build that I threw in a bag, and I said, all right, guys, do you want me to use a set, or do you want me to grab keycaps randomly out of this bag? And of course they picked the bag.
Yeah. And that makes, frankly, that almost seems like it could have been the only explanation. That initially I wasn't sure, okay, did somebody sell, there was group buy for what was meant to just be a chaos board or something. The gimmick here is that it's inconsistent, irregular, and just weird. But no, you actually just had a bag, and with most of these keys being unmarked, I do actually see there is an A key around where
they're actually all marked. It's just hard to see. They all have letters on them.
Okay, well, they're definitely not where they normally would be, because I see an A key. It's one of the sort of lavender ones where T would be normally. I think the one next to it on the right is an N. So, yeah, it's definitely clear that I guess Did you wipe or wear down the letters, or were they already like that?
They're just like that. Palm keycaps usually come blank. They usually come completely blank. I custom ordered these because I didn't think I'd be good at typing on blank keycaps to have the letters engraved on them. And funnily enough, this keyboard is called the piss board because above the space bar, if you look really closely, it spells PISZ because I didn't have a second S. So it always says piss on it. And the keycap you were talking about where you said there was switches exposed, that's actually the backspace. That's a stabilizer that doesn't have a keycap that is long enough to cover the stabilizers on it because I didn't have one in my random baggie of keycaps. Yeah, they usually come blank.
I do
It's
see
really hard to see.
hiss when I zoom in. I feel like, all right, all right, computer, enhance.
Yeah, you gotta really zoom in on that thing.
That starting with the one of the mint colored ones that here you have.
It's such a silly keyboard, and chat just loves it so much. There it is. It's so hard to see.
And then there's the other random inconsistent shapes, and just I guess I'm not shocked to learn that a company would just sell a bag of keys that
Oh, they didn't. These were just my keycaps that I just had extras of. Yeah.
Okay. See, all right, they sell bags of assorted dice, and the keyboard company that just, keyboards break, and that, all right, we can't sell this one because 7 of these keys on the board are broken, so we'll just take all these other still usable keys, throw them into a big bucket, and that if people want to just sort of buy keycaps to experiment with or to do custom work with, that you
should do that.
Sort of buy wholesale mixed key bags, and that you'd bought one of those, but these are actually extras from ones that you had.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just easier to throw extra keycaps in a bag than keep the whole box so it doesn't take up space. So I just had my little baggie of extras. And that's which ones I wanted, of course. There's like 3 different keycap sets mixed together in here. There's the Palm set, there's one called DSA Witch Girl, and then there's my little Kirby novelties in there. We just got all different kinds.
This last one, this is my guess at your favorite board.
Did I not send you a picture of my favorite keyboard? Oh my god, what? I thought I did. Oh, I didn't!
Oh! I guessed partially just because of the visuals that this one has, the colorful keys, and also the fact that you put it on a mat of yourself, that it was like, okay, that sort of would suggest that you like, and also the cable is just delightful.
Yes, I love that cable. I use that cable for all my keyboards. It's so good. Yeah, that was...
Now I'm recognizing, because it's not fully visible in some of these other ones, but now that I think about it, nope, that's for later. Not that one. That one of these had the cable, I swear. That's just making a liar out of me. Where'd it go? Was it in that one?
I swear I sent you my favorite keyboard. That's crazy. I must not have had a picture of it.
Check that. You see the cable here. Of course, I went through every other keyboard that didn't have it. It was like, I know it's on here.
Yeah, I must not have had a couple of my keyboards. I could not find pictures of them anywhere. That's upsetting that I did not get. I'm about to go grab it and send you one real quick. Because, my favorite one's actually like, the plastic is see-through on it, like the old Game Boys back in the day.
Oh boy, yeah!
Yeah. If you want, I can go take a picture of it real quick and send it.
Ahead.
All right, hang on. I'll do the fluffy blanket method again. Be right back.
While she's taking care of that, Masso, Tolded Break 159, and Mama Bird, thank you all so much for the follows. Welcome on in. Hopefully you all are having a good evening so far. really appreciate you all stopping by, whether you were here from the pre-show or if you've just stumbled in along the way. This is actually episode 161 of Vtuber Talk. I do these shows, I would say approximately once a week, but I've been very inconsistent lately that I went like 3-4 weeks without a show, and now I have 3 shows in a week, and I have shows at times. If you are interested in more shows like these, just follow me here on Twitch and Twitter, and every so often you'll see me post and be like, hey, I've got a show happening. And then I might not have a show for a week and a half, and then there might be 2 shows in a week. Who knows? I try to schedule around my guests because I always want them to be on the show at times that are good for them, good for their audience as well. That, if I have somebody from Australia or something, I'm not going to ask them to wake up in the middle of their night because then they're not going to be at their best. Ooh, okay, I've just gotten this one. Oh, this does just look like a creamsicle. Oh, and it has all the... Oh. All right, let's get this one.
Okay. Yeah, I can't believe... I guess I just was having trouble finding some of the pictures, but there we go. That is actually my favorite keyboard. I love the switches in that thing, and the way it sounds is so cute.
And this one, that the orange, it looks sort of like a creamsicle, and then I noticed that there's all the different desserts and pastries on here. I'm currently setting it up in studio mode. We'll have in just a second.
Called. It's all breakfast themed.
Oh,
the
okay,
keycaps are
yeah,
breakfast.
I see that now.
I just want to eat it. But that's the keyboard I always want to go back to all the time. I always think about it. I'm like, man, I could type on this keyboard. And then the lighting isn't super amazing, but the blue plastic is all see-through.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see that. 1 second. Enhance.
Mama Bear, I haven't talked about that, no.
You can sort of see how the area under the keyboard is a little bit visible.
Yeah.
There, yeah.
It's really cool. But that keyboard, oh man, I was so excited about that keyboard because they were like, this is our new affordable keyboard that we're always gonna have in stock after our first group buy. We're gonna keep it. It didn't get much traction, so they no longer make them at all anymore.
Oh, no.
And it makes me so sad because I loved this keyboard. This is another one that I would absolutely recommend to people if they wanted to get into keyboard building, but now I can't.
Aww.
Because they didn't make them anymore. But I'm just thankful that I have one at least.
Yeah, this one's just, it's very cozy, and I love the little faces on the different,
the
apple and the bread and the heart and even the donut.
Oh, I think I know why I didn't send a picture of this keyboard. I probably didn't have an updated picture of it. When I first built it, I didn't realize I didn't buy all the keycaps that I needed for it.
Oh.
Yeah, the set that I bought wasn't for a full TKL. It was for I think it was for like a 65% or something. And you had to buy an add-on to get the rest of the keys. So it looked ridiculous. And then I finally got the add-on and got all the little... I love all the little novelty keys. I love the little food. But that one sounds so good.
Actually, so do you still have it near, do you have it with you right now?
The keyboard? Yeah.
Yeah. Could we hear it?
I can try to make it audible on Discord. I'm gonna have to turn off the noise canceling sound.
Oh yeah, go right ahead.
All right, 1 sec. Let me go turn off my fan too, so it's not like wind blasting you guys.
Oh, I just love that.
Okay. Let me go.
Mushroom, egg, sun, bacon, sausage, and
I think it's the Sunny Side Up keycap set or something like that. Okay. How do I turn off noise canceling?
It's usually
none.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear that?
Oh yeah, yep.
It's so good.
Yeah, that's the the soft rain.
Yes.
Sounds we're talking about.
Hey, if I'm gonna do this, I should go grab the ceramic one so you can hear it too, right?
Oh, yeah.
One sec.
That I only have one keyboard is very simple, very standard. I've had it for like 7-8 years at this point. I really should just actually buy a nice proper keyboard. But even when I upgraded my computer, I didn't bother getting a new keyboard.
A good keyboard is amazing, but if you've never experienced a crazy, like, solid keyboard, you don't know what you're missing. You gotta try it at least once. Alright, here's the ceramic one.
Okay, yeah, because it's subtle, but I can definitely hear the difference, that it sounds just a little bit crunchier.
Yeah, it's a little more, I don't know, it's like rocks. I don't know how to describe
Yeah,
it. It's so
almost
nice.
like wood blocks.
Yes. Yes, I love my keyboard sound tests.
It was very fun. Do you have plans for what the next keyboard you build will be?
Yes, I actually have like 3 keyboards in my closet that I need to build. My
Oh.
most expensive keyboard I ever bought is in there right now. It's called a Rain TKL or something like that. Is that what it's called? Ripple TKL, not Rain TKL. Ripple TKL. I wanted that keyboard for so long. I followed the person that was gonna make a group buy. They were like, okay, I might make a group buy of this. And I followed them for like over a year. And they finally put it out. And it was really expensive, but I said, I have to get it. I've been following it for too long to not get it. They're only doing one run of it.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just in my closet because I'm scared to build it because I don't want to mess it up. And then I also have a really cool keyboard that I need to build that I really want. It's super unique. The base of it is all made out of silicone.
Ooh.
And I think it's going to sound very interesting. That one's called a June. I don't remember what layout it is, but it is called a June. Soon I'll build it.
You think that's something that you would potentially... Well, because you mentioned that you've done at least one keyboard build on stream.
Yeah, I try to do like all my keyboard builds on stream. The only ones I never did were like the first 2 that I built. And then I built a couple for my friends, and I don't do those on stream either, so I have full attention on their keyboards and don't have any risk of breaking theirs.
Understandable.
And I've also I built my sister a keyboard as well. Her keyboard, I wish I had a sound test of it. It legitimately sounds like Mr. Krabs walking. Like, you know the sound he makes?
Yeah, the little like...
Yeah, the little scuttly sound. It sounds exactly like that. Her keyboard is all corn themed, like the vegetable. It's very silly.
How many special... Now I'm just sort of thinking, okay, if it's corn themed... So is that coloring, or
it's a keycap set, all corn themed.
So do they, like, do the function keys have different types of corn on them, or?
I think the enter key has like a corn on the cob on it, and then the arrow keys have like little corn kernels instead of arrows.
Oh, okay.
It's very silly. And the color palette is like the main keys are like a corn yellow color, like a pale corn yellow color, and then the accents are like a green color, kind of like the husk or whatever you call it. That was what she wanted. I said, all right, we can do that.
Yeah, that's the thing with keyboards, that they can get very niche, and that, you know, it's part of why you sometimes have to wait for group buys, but they're able to get very, very personalized and very specific in terms of just style and interest. So that's definitely one of the fun things. And that for me, if I end up getting a nice keyboard, it's like, okay, almost analysis paralysis of what do I get, that in all likelihood, when I upgrade my keyboard, because I know I'm going to, I'm probably just going to get something pre-bought and standard that I don't think that I'm going to actually build a keyboard, but that I'm going to pay for something a little bit nicer, just something that feels good, sounds good, and is just going to last me a while.
And pre-builts are getting a lot better than they used to. It's not all of them are the same cookie cutter board with a logo slapped on them anymore. So it's nice to see. I just don't know much about pre-built stuff. I have a lot of people that come to me asking for keyboard advice, and I'll be like, "Okay, here's good ones." And they're like, "No, no, no, I don't want to build it." And I said, "I can't help you. I'm so sorry. I don't test pre-built ones. I don't know." So I just send them to people that I know that make content that can recommend pre-build ones.
Mm,
But it's a fun hobby. It can get overwhelming very quickly. So I understand when people are like, I don't know if I can handle this. Because once you go down that rabbit hole, there's no escaping.
well, to be fair, it's not the only rabbit hole you're in, and it's not the rabbit hole that you're farthest down in, and not by a relative exponential level here, because, all right, you have a good number of keyboards here, but the other thing that you collect is wax stamps.
Yes, I love my wax stamps.
In 161 episodes, I have never been able to discuss wax stamps with people. And I've seen you do your wax streams. I forgot just how many you have. You have a Google Doc for your catalog of stamps, because it's actually a redeem that it actually says on the page for certain sub amounts that you are able to request a stamp. And your current amount, there you go. You have, it says, I'm gonna have to actually move myself over, 98 stamps.
That's so many. I swear it was more than that. I thought we were at over 100.
And,
It's crazy.
98 different stamps to choose from, and that it's gift subs, subs 3.
It might not be updated to have the right amount yet, because we just added like 5 or 6 new ones the other day.
How did you get into these? That this isn't a standard hobby. Obviously, you know, the fact they have this many different ones, that it's not entirely unique, but it's still relatively specialized. How does this happen? How does this start?
So one day I was just laying in bed trying to find a good ASMR video to watch. And I saw this channel. They're called Melts. And they are a no talking ASMR channel. They just have subtitles that they do in English. And they are like a Korean content creator, and all they do is wax stamps. And it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. I was so mesmerized by the colors melting together and the sounds that the stamps make when you lift it off the stamp head, and just how beautiful it was. And I was like, I like colors. I like melting things. And I just kind of fell down this rabbit hole about like seeing people's reviews on wax stamps, seeing them talk about different kinds of wax, and like all this stuff. So I decided that I wanted to try it. Why not, right? So I bought like a little starter kit on Amazon, and it came with 1 stamp. My first stamp ever. It was like the Tree of Life stamp. And it took 1 stamp for me to be like, I need more. I want more of these. So I tried really hard to find stamps, and it's not a popular art form in the United States. It's very popular in Korea. There's a lot of stores that specify in wax stamps. Like you can go in there and they have stamps, they have wax, they have all different kinds of stuff. Here, not easy to find. The only place I can find stamps that aren't super inflated in price is on AliExpress. I have to buy all my stamps from AliExpress because a lot of them are actual like stamp vendors. They're not scam artists or anything. They're actual stamp vendors that are selling their stuff overseas.
Yeah, I guess at the very least, since it is such a niche thing, it's not likely to be something that scammers are going to try and prey upon, because frankly the market's not big enough, and that the margins wouldn't be big enough, and it's just not what they're going to try and do. So I suppose because of how niche it is, it does actually end up making it somewhat safer, I suppose.
The downside is with it, there is still ways to get scammed in it, and that is Etsy. Be very careful of buying wax stamps on Etsy because people will buy bulk stamps on AliExpress and then sell them for like 20 times the markup. There's one stamp that I have, it's like a little fish. I bought that stamp for 85 cents on AliExpress. I saw it for $30 on Etsy. $30 for an 85-cent stamp. Most of these stamps cost like $2 to $3. I have a couple. I think I have two that cost like $25 because they're really intricate and really fancy. But that's what the vendor priced them at. It wasn't someone on Etsy buying and reselling. It's so bad.
I can't quite tell from the pictures. Are most of these made of plastic? I know there was a couple. I saw at least one when I was tuning into one of your stamp streams where the stamp itself is actually made of metal.
They are all made of metal. They're all brass. All of them are brass except for a couple that I have that are made of zinc. I don't know if you could make a wax stamp out of plastic because I don't know if it would get stuck.
It might just end up melting itself.
Yeah. But the standard is brass.
So cheap that 85 cents to $2. That's impressive.
Yeah, they're really not that expensive at all.
So,
like I said, some get more. Sometimes it does, but I will buy in like $100 orders at a time, and I'll get discounts on my shipping at least.
Yeah, or at the very least that if you're shipping a couple dozen stamps or even just a dozen, that they're going to be put in a single package, so you're sort of defraying that shipping cost.
Yeah, and it's crazy because sometimes I will see a stamp where I'm like, there is no way this stamp is $2. And I'll put it in my cart and I'm like, if it gets here and it's good, awesome. If it doesn't, well, it was $2, whatever. And I have never gotten a stamp that was a bad quality. I have always been surprised every time I get one. It's really amazing.
The updated amount is 122 stamps.
That sounds right. And I'm only gonna get more, I hope. I'm just starting to run out of room. I need a better way to store them.
How do you store them? The spreadsheet actually, as we'll get to later, you have pictures of the wax itself and how you store it, and that actually makes sense. And for these stamps, I could imagine you might just have them in a box, but you
I just have them in a box.
Just display them. I guess. Do you have them
in a box right now?
Do you have them particularly organized, or do you have to do a bit of searching?
When I do stream, I organize them on my desk, kind of. I have like kind of how they're categorized on the document where there's different categories for different stampies. It's kind of the same when I put them on my desk. However, I'm getting so many stamps now, I almost can't fit all of them on my desk for stream anymore. No. So I have to find something. I'm trying to find some maybe like drawers or something, some like small plastic drawers that I could label with what was in them. I don't know what to do right now because I still want more stamps. It's so fun. And there are some weird ones out there. Oh my gosh. I have seen some wacky, strange stamps. I think the weirdest one I own is it's a coffin, but he has an ooh woo face. Like, who made that? What was that for? He's so cute. I'm not sure what category he's in.
Little guy's probably not a cute little guy.
He might be. Or he's miscellaneous.
Like
I can't remember.
Like Tetris.
Yeah, A-Surge won't let me call that one regular Tetris because some of the blocks are longer than 4 blocks.
Oh, yep, yeah. It's like 6 and 4. I do appreciate Praise Helix.
Yes, we love the Helix stamp. That's a newer one.
Which is interesting because you have Praise Helix here, which is separate from the ocean stamps in the Nautilus shell, which is what the Helix is.
The Helix one, so we have a few that are like similar stamps, and to prevent confusion, we try our best to name them different things. So that's why that one's in somewhere else, because otherwise people will be like, the shell, this is the Helix shell. And I'm like, okay, which one? That's like when people request a whale stamp. I have so many whale stamps. It's really hard to like know which one people mean.
You said it was. I may have missed it.
If you can, yeah, like Acer said, you could Control F
There
to
it
find
is. Yeah.
coffin.
Aha.
Why? Which stamp maker?
Ooh, coffin. Yep. There he is.
Look at it. Like
Ooh,
what?
guy.
I love it so much. I saw that stamp and I had to buy it. Because I've never seen one like that. Is he from something? Is he just a silly little guy? I don't even know.
So happy. And it's like on a cloud with the moon in the background, and he's got a little bit of blushy and cross. Sure, why not? Why not?
Yeah, he's not like other coffins. He's quirky.
He's a happy little coffin.
That's just like
don't you want
anytime
to
I
just
see a
lay
snail
inside
stamp,
him?
I buy it too.
He looks so happy and comfy. Yes.
Yeah, anytime I see a snail on a stamp, insta buy. Can't help it.
Of course.
It's necessity. Sometimes I will watch videos of melts to see what stamps they have, because it's very hard to find specific stamps on AliExpress because the translation is really, really bad.
Oh, yeah.
If you type in wax stamps, yes, you will get basic wax stamps, yeah. Sometimes I have to type in the strangest words to find what I'm looking for. Like sometimes they call it fire paint instead of wax.
I mean, that
Fire
sounds
paint.
badass, but
Right. So I'll be typing in all these keywords that I know are mistranslations of the wax stamps just to find new ones. I haven't actually looked in a few months, so they might have some new ones that I might need to scoop up.
do
Cause
you
oh
remember
man,
of the ones here, what is the most recent stamp that you bought?
the
Or
most recent
from
one
the
that
latest
I
batch at the
bought.
very least?
I think like any of them that don't have pictures of stamps with them are
Oh,
the newest ones.
that makes sense.
Yeah. I have stamps of them. We just need to get pictures up.
Now,
But those.
what additional, I guess, equipment is required for, all of this? That I've seen some of the pieces on your streams. I'm not sure what they're called, and I'm not sure if there's additional things besides what I've actually seen.
There's it doesn't take a lot of stuff, but there is a few things I recommend having. For candles, I recommend a beeswax candle. They last a lot longer, and the fumes that they give off are non-toxic. Because at first, when I first started doing wax stamping, I just bought cheap little tea lights at the dollar store. And I learned that those candles are so bad for your health. Oh my god. You be very careful when you buy cheap candles. Yeah, the petroleum candles are like carcinogenic or whatever the word is. So
And that,
be careful.
if it's just sort of in the corner of a room being lit, and that you're,
Then it's not a big deal.
it's
But if you're
fine. But if
hovering over
you're
it,
right up in front of it for a couple of hours, not so good.
yeah. So definitely beeswax candles for your wax stamping. You'll need a little furnace, which a wax stamp furnace, they're really easy to find. You can get fancy ones. I have one that looks like a bird cage that's really cool and like fancy, or you can just get a basic one that's just like a little wood one. And then you need like one of the little wax spoons. I recently got a wax spoon and I love it so much. It's so cool. It has a non-stick coating on it like a frying pan. So if you accidentally leave wax in it and it hardens, all you gotta do is peel it off. It's amazing. It's so good. And then, of course, you need your wax beads. And now here's something crazy that I don't think people think about when getting into wax stamping. Different shaped wax is different quality wax. And some shapes are horrible, and some are really nice quality. And I didn't know that when I first started, so I was just buying shapes of wax that I thought were cute.
That you thought were... So...
Yeah.
Is there an industry standard for shape to quality?
I don't think so. I think it's just like the manufacturer is just like, well, this is the shape that we're gonna use the garbage wax on sometimes. But I've noticed a consistent, like, it's pretty consistent, but I don't think that it's on purpose. I think
Hmm.
it's just how they make them. Paw print wax is the worst quality wax you can buy. It's so cute though. It's so cute and the colors are so pretty, but it's a lie. I don't even know if we have pictures of it because I don't let people request it because it
Because
messes
it is
up.
so bad.
Yes, it's so bad. It leaves like really weird. How would I describe it? It almost picks up the detail too much. Like when they make the wax stamps, they use the CNC machines to carve out the shapes and stuff. It will pick up every little line that machine made on that wax stamp, so you can't even really interpret what you're looking at because it looks so gross. And it's
Mm.
also very hard and plasticky and not flexible at all. Um, but all the waxes I have pictures of, those are all really good quality. Like the heart shaped wax and the star shaped wax are both the same kind. Um, they're very smooth, very matte, and really nice. Those are probably my favorite kind of waxes you can buy. The octagon shape is pretty much the easiest shape to find, and it's good quality. It's not bad. Some brands, however, can be a little plasticky, but for the most part, you're very safe buying octagon wax. And then flower wax is a little sticky, but it is nice quality once you pour it out and do a stamp. It will get your details held very nicely.
Do they
But it's
sell
kind
them
of,
in these full pallet boxes, or did
yes.
you buy? Okay, I wasn't sure if you selected certain colors and that you then put them in these boxes.
No, they come in sets like that, which is so nice. You can buy individual colors as well, but since I want to have a lot of variety for people to pick from and for
Yeah.
me to pick from, I just buy the sets. And then my goal, so my plan was once I emptied out all the wax, I was gonna turn these into storage cases for my
Oh, for the
stamps.
stamps.
Yeah, but I almost feel like I can't now because every time I run out of one cell of wax, I put a new wax
Another
in
one
there to
in there.
replace it. So it's kind of like a vicious cycle. Eventually, we'll run out of wax, right? I'll be able to do
Surely,
that.
yes, definitely.
It's so funny. Um, and then for the last tool I recommend having is I have like a little tiny silicone spatula, just to scrape out all the wax, because sometimes you will have like a thicker wax and it'll get stuck in that spoon. You just scrape it out and it's perfect. Um, we also do, if you want to get really crazy with it, there's a really fun method you can do in wax stamping where you can make it layered to have multiple colors rather than mixing all your colors. And what you'll do is you'll take one solid color and you'll stamp it with your stamp. And then you cut out the part of the stamp that you want to be that color.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
and then you lay it back on the stamp and you stamp it again with your next color and you just keep cutting and layering over and over again until you have the results you want. And it turns out really cool sometimes. I have had fails though. Some really horrifying fails. But for the most part, it's very fun to do. Wonder if I have a
And
picture of a fancy stamp that I've done somewhere.
how many beads do you usually need per stamp? That uh, it doesn't look like there's enough in a single one of these to make a stamp, but I'm not sure if it just expands much more than I'm expecting.
It doesn't actually take too much. It's about 3 wax beads for, like, a small stamp, and then about 4 for a large stamp. Sometimes 5, depending on how deep the details are. The deeper the stamp, like, the more 3D, the more
Yeah,
wax you're gonna need, because
the
it
more
looks
space.
deceiving, like, you're like, "Oh, this is a small stamp, it's not gonna be bad," but then that 3D thing sucks up all your wax, and you're just like,
Mm,
"Oh no, that wasn't enough." But yeah, I would say, like, 3 to 4 beads, sometimes 5. And if you have extra what I do with my extra wax, you saw it when you were scrolling, we turn it into little scrap wax, and I
yeah.
keep it in this little jar. And sometimes that makes really pretty stamps. Sometimes it makes horrible stamps. You just have to be blessed by the wax gods.
Is there a certain, I guess, timing or procedure of, all right, you need to heat up the wax X amount of time for it to be a sort of ideal workability, and then you need to hold the stamp on the wax for X amount of time for it to take shape but not start sticking to the stamp? Or is it a bit looser where, okay, you can heat it up for any amount of time, really more than a minute, and as long as it's fully melted, it's fine. It doesn't really matter if it's over melted, so to speak, and maybe the stamp, you can hold it down for really any amount of time. Eh, how much wiggle room is there in the process, or does it need to be really precise?
Well, for melting, you do have to be a little careful when it comes to melting, because if you over melt it, it can start to like bubble and release like some fumes that you definitely
Ooh.
don't want to breathe in. Um, so yeah, I recommend like once it's fully melted, give it a little stir. If it feels a little thick still, you can let it go for a little bit longer. And then when it comes to stamping, that doesn't matter. You just stamp it, make sure as long as it's hardened, but you can leave it there for hours if you forgot about it and it'll still come off the stamp just fine. As long as you don't pull it up too early. Probably about a minute though, at minimum, I would say, depending on the size of the stamp.
Mm.
Uh, but I have accidentally overheated wax and it starts smoking and it is not pleasant. So you gotta be real careful.
And
Uh,
I forget if the term used was furnace or what you're using to melt the wax.
yeah, the furnace is what you set your spoon on top of. Oh, I
Cool.
forgot one of the other important parts of wax stamping that you need. Oh my goodness. I recommend having silicone mats if you're not going to be stamping them onto actual letters, if you want to preserve the
Mm,
stamp.
yeah,
Um,
I have noticed that in the pictures you can sort of see some of them are a bit clearer than others, but that for these you can see sort of the textured mat that you're using.
that's actually that's actually the back of a mouse pad.
Oh,
I take all my group
well, it
photos on the
works
back
if it
of a mouse
works.
pad. Yep. I have little silicone doilies that I buy actually for the actual wax stamping part. But when I do group photos, so I have a consistent background, I take the pictures on the back of a desk mat. Cause yeah, it works. It's fine. And it's great because when it comes to wax stamping, getting into the hobby is not expensive at all. A
Yeah,
lot of the tools, only a couple dollars. It's awesome.
and that once you have a workable set, that it's going to
Yep.
be, I would imagine, really the same tool set pretty much regardless of what the stamp is or what the wax is, that at that point it really is just shapes, and that, like you said, certain wax will be higher quality than others, but that I gather you don't need specific variants of the tools for the different types of wax.
Right. Yep. Not at all. Once you have what you need, other than having to like rebuy wax when you run out, you are set for wax stamping forever, unless something breaks. So it's really nice. It's a really easy hobby to get into, and like I said, AliExpress, best place to get your stamps. AliExpress, for some reason, won't scam you when it comes to wax stamping. I can't say for other things though.
Have you found a favorite brand for either stamps or wax, whether it be, when it comes to stamps in terms of just they make very fun and cool designs that others don't, or maybe the stamps themselves are, I don't know if they'd be ergonomic or have any sort of specialty to them.
I've never actually found, like, I don't know the brands of any stamps. I have
Oh, I
no
guess that's fair
idea.
that if you are just buying from
Yeah.
resellers that
Yeah, I don't know. Even when I watch the people on YouTube that can get the stuff directly in Korea, I don't think that there's like a set brand for anything. I think all these stationery shops just buy from somewhere and just sell the products that they have. I don't think anyone really has a specific brand that is known, which I think is really interesting. Um, Even when it comes to wax, like there's some small like indie creators, I guess, that will make their own like layered wax and sell it, but for the most part, I don't think that there's I
no
don't think
wax
there's
or
really
stamp
any brands.
sponsors in your future, it seems.
Not that I know of. There might be some out there, and hey, if you're listening, I'll stamp with your wax. I've tried to find, there's certain wax colors that I will say are so hard to find, and when I run out of them, it's the worst. It is the worst.
Which ones?
I have like this, it's like a fluorescent-y clear blue color. It almost looks like an ocean. I wonder if it's even visible on there because we have to cover up ones when we're out of them so people don't ask for it. Kind of in that picture you're looking at now with the heart wax. You see that like kind of see-through blue
Yeah,
on
this
the
one right here.
yeah, that one. I have one that's slightly darker than that, and I cannot find it anywhere. Anywhere at all. We ran out of it, and A Surge and I have spent hours trying to find it, and it is nowhere.
Oh, the lost color of wax.
Right? It's crazy. I didn't think it would be so hard and also it's really hard to find different shades of purple in wax as well.
Do
Uh,
the sets come with names for each color that
no,
like is
there's
there
no
oh
label at
gosh, so
all.
you don't even necessarily know if okay, I'm looking for this and then you don't even know what to search for because you can't just say blue or light blue or sea blue because there's going to be so many different shades of that and that it's not going to be a case that if you go to a hardware store and you're trying to buy paint that they have
Like
every
swatches and
single
everything.
that there's no swatches and they have the proper name quote unquote for every single different shade. That way you're able to look up and find whatever shade you need, and that if they don't have that here, that you need to either hope that you can find the full set again, but then you're buying an entire new set just for one
one
specific shade,
color.
and that's just not practical.
That's where I'm at right now with that blue. I haven't bought a whole set yet. Like, we just don't have that color anymore because I don't have a reason to buy it again because I have all the colors just fine. And we found some sites.
A 24 color box for one.
For one, exactly. We did find one site that had colors. They had wax that they named, but I'm pretty sure they're just buying wax and just naming it for their website.
Yeah, and then just it's sort of like the stamp resellers and then mark them up from there.
Yeah, so it's just like if I have never heard of a seller before and they have wax, I'm like, I don't know if I want to buy here because I don't know who you are.
Have you ever looked into custom stamps? That
I really want to so bad.
I have to imagine I don't know if that would be really easy or really difficult, but just sort of conceptually, I would imagine that there are probably folks who are capable of producing that you presumably have to provide some 3D file for them to print off of, but that you probably wouldn't need to do the keyboard group buy type of situation for a stamp that it might cost you. I honestly couldn't even say if like it would be $30, $50 or more dollars, but that based on how cheap the stamps that you mentioned are, I would think that so long as the means of production exists, that customs while certainly more expensive than the ones that you are going to buy that are going to be mass produced, probably wouldn't be completely absurd that even if, the wax and stamp sponsor isn't a thing, that maybe one day there could be a Belle Sprout stamp.
That would be so cool. I've seen custom stamps available mostly on Etsy, and again, I get so hesitant about ordering on there because I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know everybody, like, how they are. Someday I'd like to. I'd love to just have my own machine to make my own. That would be so sick.
Because then
Could make
I guess the question is, what
anything.
would you need to make it? Because I'd imagine you can't use a 3D printer or something, because that's generally going to be plastic, which you mentioned probably isn't the best for melting plastic.
Right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure wax would get stuck up in the
And
stuff like that. For
machine
the
for
brass,
metal and brass is going to be much more difficult to come by.
yeah, you gotta get a CNC machine to like carve them out, and that's a lot. Those are big. Those are expensive. Maybe someday if I get more space.
Like, that's the
'Cause
next
that would be
frontier
so
of
fun.
VTuber merch. Everybody
Wax
has
stamps.
the acrylic stands. Everybody has the T-shirts. People are having mouse pads and other things. Nobody has a stamp yet.
That would be so cool. The first VTuber with a wax stamp. Maybe someday.
Like, maybe that's the research of just, all right, not necessarily buying from the folks on Etsy, but trying to figure out, okay, how are these people making them?
Yeah. Like I said, they definitely just have, all these people definitely just have CNC machines, or they're outsourcing it to someone with a CNC machine and selling it at a markup. That's just what everyone's got. I have seen a couple listings for custom stamps on AliExpress when looking. I just get worried how the communication would go on there because I'm not sure. But there definitely are options, but mass producing a custom stamp, now that's where it gets into like, whoa, I don't even know where I would go for that.
Yeah, that would
It'd
definitely
be fun to have one at least.
Oh, I just noticed the chandelier hat.
Yeah, the chandelier. That one, oh, that one's from an artist I really love. They started making wax stamps and I thought it was so cool. Their name is Star Salts. They'd
Oh,
made the
I've seen some of their stuff. They made a shirt that I bought. It was like really cute, like sort of a whooper beach Hawaiian type of shirt
Oh
that
yes.
they've done with different designs.
I have a blanket of their whooper design, the pink and blue whooper.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love their stuff. I buy from them a lot. And when I saw they had wax stamps, I got so excited. They made the Celeste one as well.
Okay, so maybe ask them.
Yeah, maybe like, how did you do this?
At the very least, you're less likely to have a language barrier.
Right. Yeah, they're so cool.
Is there a particular design or aesthetic of stamp that you don't have that you're trying to find?
There is one stamp that I want so badly. I've been looking for it for a couple of years now. I did find a shop that had it, but it was a Japan-only shop. It's a 3-sided stamp. It's a rectangle. And it's so cool. It has birds on it. The bottom of it is a circle stamp that's a little tiny bird. And then on each side of the rectangle is a different flower print. And it is the coolest stamp I've ever seen, but I can't find it anywhere. I have spent so much time looking for it. And only be able to find a sold out listing at a Japan-only stationery shop.
Yeah, because at least nowadays, there's enough buying services out there that if it's a Japan shop, that you can get it. But if it's sold out from Japan
Yeah, it was
shop,
sold out.
it's that, and it's niche and it's gone. That
I hope someday that I'll be able to find it, because I swear every time I look it up, I get closer to finding something that I can order from. Because this was only a few months ago that I found the shop. But when I first saw the stamp, because I had saw it in one of those videos, I couldn't find it at all. It like didn't exist. So maybe eventually it'll wind its way into a place where I can buy it. I can only hope. There's not enough bird stamps out there, though. They need to make more birds.
That surprises me. I guess it feels like a lot of the stamps naturally tend towards nature, that there's just a bunch of flowers, plants, different animals, but that birds in particular end up being rarer.
A lot of the bird stamps that I've seen are very strange. It looks like somebody went on Google and was like, bird clip art, and then they were like, perfect for a stamp. So it looks really childish and goofy. Same with dog stamps. It is very hard to find a cute dog stamp. A lot of them are like clip art, dog art. It's very weird.
I'm not as surprised that dogs are rarer, because if it's not going to be a clip art dog, that means it's going to require a lot of texture. That just, the dog's fur on the face is going to have a lot of different lines that might not necessarily read as easily or be easy to make for a stamp. Birds, on the other hand, generally speaking, unless you're doing super fine detail on the feathers, I would think would be a bit smoother.
Yeah, it's very strange. I don't know. Maybe no one likes birds. Same with penguins. I know penguins are technically a bird. It is hard to find a penguin stamp unless you want something specifically Christmas themed. They won't do cute little penguins that aren't Christmas themed.
I don't even think of penguins as Christmas. Yes, I get it's Arctic and ice, but that's of all the ice-themed animals, penguins are not what I associate with Christmas.
Right? Like maybe polar bears, I guess, maybe because of the Coca-Cola commercials, but like...
Yeah, or just,
penguins?
Reindeer, or
yeah,
just, I don't know, but that's interesting.
Yeah, there's sometimes where I like to take suggestions from my community on like what new stamps they want, and I'll say, I can't promise you I will find this, but give me some suggestions, and they'll give me some of their favorite animals or things. And there are just some that do not exist. Or if they do exist, they're horrible.
There's also really niche ones. There's a scarab beetle. Okay.
Yeah. Isn't that one so pretty? I love that one. And then the turtle on the beach one there, that was somebody, somebody in my chat really likes turtles and asked if I could do that. And that was one of the only turtle stamps I could find that didn't look like a silly, goofy clip art turtle. Like so many of the ones that I found look like ones that you would see on a t-shirt for like a 4-year-old child, where it looked like the Littlest Pet Shops kind of style, where the head was really big.
Yeah. I love the texturing though that they have. You see the sand, and also
it's
just
a
the
very
way that
pretty
it's sort
stamp.
of dotted when it actually gets to the sea here.
That one's a really cool textured one. And the owl stamp, that one was a really hard one to find. Owls were not easy. Another bird. Birds just aren't. They're just not there.
What would
Meanwhile,
you say
I can find some crazy. I'm sorry, what was that?
What would you say is the most requested stamp? What's the one that you use the most often?
Ooh, what is the one we use the most often? Oh man, it's so funny because a lot of them, like, it just depends on the day. Let's see. I have a set from the other day that I did. Somebody was requesting the same ones, I swear. I
suppose things would be seasonal to a point that I would expect.
Yeah,
Chandelure probably getting a bit more requests right now, and that
I have a little like
ones will be
ghost stamp. The snail mail one is pretty popular. That one does get requested a lot. A lot of the snail ones, which makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot of the flowers get requested quite a bit. But I don't know. I don't even know if there's one that gets requested way more than the others, because there's so many options that It's hard to pick for some people. Uh, the, uh the older stamps that I have, we do have a lot of those, like that bird stack there, that's a pretty popular one. We also have a dinosaur stack, people really like that one.
What do you end up doing with all of the stamps? Do you just toss them, I guess? Because I have to assume, even if you kept them at the start, at a certain point, it's just not going to be practical.
I have all of the stamps I've ever made. I have these little sacks that look like Kirby, and I just stuff Kirby
And I
full
guess
of wax stamps.
there's just a bunch of wax chips, and at the very least, they're not going to take up too much space individually. Have you ever actually gone through and counted how many you have now?
I have not. I think that would take forever. There's gotta be at least, like, I couldn't even say, at least 500 stamps between the two bags. Because I have one Kirby sack that is completely full. I can't fit any more stamps in it. It is full to the brim. So we got another one. So I'm just gonna keep buying Kirby sacks to keep all of my stamps in forever. I don't like to get rid of them because it was something that chat made, like someone in my community picked these colors and made it. So I have like sentimental value towards it. And I write their names on the back of the stamp as well.
Yeah.
So I know whose everyone is. So they all mean a lot to me, so I can't ever get rid of them. I did actually get rid of a couple because I went to Australia recently for a vacation and I saw A-Surge there. And I did give him some of the stamps that he made on stream. So
maybe that's how you declutter after a time, because just over the years, this is, I'm assuming, going to continue being a thing. And all right, it's only a couple Kirby sacks now, but at a point, it's going to become a lot. But maybe that, I don't know if you ever plan to go to conventions, but if you do, it could be a type of thing of, all right, you bring one of the bags and that anybody that you see gets a stamp. It might not be one that they made, but that they can get a stamp, and that way it sort of stays alive, stays in the community in that way. Or I don't know if you would ever like give some away or sell some to community members. You couldn't do it one at a time because just the shipping and everything to do a single chip wouldn't be worth it. But I don't know, for a subathon of if you do a certain amount of subs, that you'll get an envelope with 10 stamps or something.
It's something that I'd like to do, but shipping things and staying anonymous is really, really, really hard to do.
There's a song and dance with the post office.
Yeah, and they are not nice. Yeah, the shipping costs, I don't think it would be too bad because they weigh almost nothing.
So you could just put them in a really basic bubble mailer.
Yeah, my concern is like not accidentally doxing myself, because we've tried a few things in the past because I wanted to do stuff like that. And the post office was horrible. So we tried like a remote shipping service where it didn't have where I lived on it or anything. They wouldn't let me not use my legal full name, and it's just like, are you kidding me? So it's at the moment, unfortunately, I can't do anything like that, but maybe someday, if I don't live in such a tiny little town or something, won't be so stressful. But for now, we just keep the stamps, and if I have to, I'll just get a bigger container with my Kirby sacks.
Speaking of which, I know that you collect Kirby stuff, and I do have.
I do.
Well, this picture has a lot more than Kirby in it. But
yeah, that's all my figurine. Well, most of them. That's not even all of them.
This is the one that I couldn't actually reduce in size initially because we're just gonna have to zoom in on certain parts because this is a big shelf.
Yes, it is.
So many things.
My stuff. Don't mind the Mr. Mime hand hanging down in the background.
Well, I didn't even notice that. feel like I'm just gonna have to sort of zoom in on specific parts here. I didn't even... If you had not told me that was a Mr. Mime hand, I would have guessed, like... Oh, no, it couldn't have been Mickey Mouse, but...
Yeah, that's Mr. Mime. I have a big Mr. Mime plushie that hugs you, and he, like, holds you. And, I just have him hugging all my plushies on my shelf.
We do have two little Kirby's actually right here below Mr. Mime. You know, Maximum Tomato, Star Rod. I like the sparkling on the Star Rod. That's very nice.
Yeah, that's the 30th anniversary Nendoroid that they came out with. I pre-ordered that. Oh, I love it so much. He has a bunch of different face plates. You can actually... His arms are magnetic, and you can take them off and put them in different directions.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're so cool. It came with, like, the classic Kirby face, you know, like his silly one with, like, the little line eyes.
Yeah.
And he has a bunch of different accessories you can put in his hands, like different foods and stuff. But I just went for the classic Star Rod because I love him.
Now,
and I thought it matched my one in the back.
Now, in the background, sorry to cover you up a bit here.
Oh, you're okay.
You have a whole array of different figures, and I don't know what the proper term is. From the on the right side over here, it's these little humans, and then once we get past a point that it's the little white blobs. I am blanking on whatever it is. I can't tell. I don't think they're Sanrio characters, but they almost seem reminiscent of Sanrio. So what are these two different ones?
The little guys, the little human characters, those are called Pino jellies. They're a blind box from... these are all blind boxes. I used to do blind box openings on my stream. And these are all the ones that I opened. But the guys in the back, those are the Pino jellies. And they are from... Pop Mart? Is that what the website is? I just think they're so cute, and they're all themed on different food. Like there's a taco one, there's barbecue boy.
Oh, I didn't quite realize that at first because you know, I could tell they had different outfits.
Yeah.
But initially I wasn't sure. Like, okay, is this like different cultures? But now that you're mentioning it, I am seeing the different food bits here.
Yeah, they're all like silly little foods. There's like the hamburger one. There's like a fish and chips one. One of them's durian, so he's stinky.
Oh.
Like a takoyaki, spaghetti, and they all have little accessories. It's kind of hard to see all their accessories, but oh my gosh, it took me hours. I secured all of these things to those shelves with earthquake gel, so I never accidentally knocked them over, and it took so long. The other characters, they're called Coco and Bobo, and they're actually a cloud and a balloon man. And they all just have different little accessories and poses, and they're all from different sets. The set that we're kind of focused on now, one of them is camping, the one on the left side is camping, and then the one on the right side is shops. And I love it so much. One of them, he's like in a little arcade machine, and I love him. And there's also hidden Kirby scattered throughout.
Oh yeah, Kirby's just sort of scattered throughout here.
He's everywhere. But this is one of those things where I had never had a place to display any of my stuff. I had a Kirby shelf for a long time, but it was really small and it couldn't fit everything. And so I didn't realize how many figures I had. And then I started putting them up and I was like, I think I need another shelf. Oh my god. Because we have the Kirby terrariums there too.
Oh yeah. Do you know which of these you got first? Like anything on the shelf.
The Kirby terrariums are the oldest things on there. I got those for myself when I got affiliate on Twitch.
Aww.
Which was like 4 years ago. I really wanted them. I always asked for them for Christmas and nobody ever got them for me. So I bought them as a little treat for myself when I hit affiliate. And I just love them so much. They're so cool. My favorite one is the Kirby golf one. because I just love what it looks like, and it makes me think of the Game Grumps when they used to play the Kirby golf game together. And I love them. It's if you want to zoom in specifically on that one, it's like the cube one that has the yellow star and Kirby's like popping out of it.
Ah,
You're
yeah, I
almost
see.
on
There
it.
it is.
Yeah, that one's my favorite one. I just think they're so neat. And then if you look behind those ones, there's a bigger terrarium. That was actually handmade by somebody. It's just like a whole Kirby scene in a little like clear cube, and they cut out like all the paper and layered it and stuff. And I love that one too. It's so neat. That was a gift from somebody.
And I see the different enemies.
Mhm.
Gosh, that's all made. Man, that had to have taken.
It's so impressive. It's so cool. And then to the left of those, we have they're newer, the little pop-up Kirby figurines that like move around. There's one where he's like on a seesaw with Waddle Dee, and the little apple tree one. This actually isn't even all my Kirby stuff either. This is only a fraction. I have plushies. I have other figurines somewhere. There was a new Kirby figurine collection that recently came out where they all look like they're made of yarn. Oh, I love those ones. I don't have all those up yet.
Do you have a favorite Kirby game?
Nightmare in Dreamland is my favorite Kirby
classic, yes. Oh, fantastic one.
Yep, that was a big part of my childhood as well, because it was on the Game Boy Color, so I was allowed to have that as a console. And oh my goodness, the amount of times I replayed that game. I used to know where all the secrets were. And
so you said, was it Dreamland or Nightmare in Dreamland?
Nightmare in Dreamland.
Yeah, I think that one was. Yeah, that
was
was
on
Game
the
Boy
Game Boy
Advance.
Advance. Yeah. My bad. It was just so much fun, and even if I feel like Kirby has such a good replay value because you can get different powers every time you go in, or like different things. And I've always loved him. Even if I don't know much about... I've never seen the Kirby show, which is really funny with as much as I love it.
I think the only reason I know the theme song from the Kirby show is because it was playable on Donkey Konga.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
But I never actually saw any episodes of it, but definitely looked cute and see gifs of it every now and again.
Yeah, I need to watch it because he is my favorite little guy. He's just so... He can't do anything wrong. Look at him.
Just a force of pure good in the world that it is scientifically impossible to look at Kirby and not feel at least a little bit happier. Is Kirby going to make everything perfect? No, not necessarily, but just a little bit of Kirby every day makes things just a little bit better.
I even have like Kirby clothes. I have like 4 or 5 different Kirby shirts. I have a skirt that's all rainbow. It looks like I think it's inspired by Kirby Air Ride, where he's riding on rainbows on his little star. It's so fun.
Kirby Air Ride. Like, I don't know if that counts as a Kirby game per se. If it does, that would be my favorite Kirby game, probably.
I say it counts. He's in it.
The amount of time that we were talking about GameCube earlier, that's one of my, like, I don't know if it's fair to call it a diamond in the rough GameCube game. I will still call it underappreciated. And the fact that we never got a sequel to it just...
I'm surprised we didn't, honestly.
It was from HAL Laboratories, the same company that makes Smash Brothers, and that it has the Smash Brothers format in that the first game, in this case the only game, has 12 stages, and then everyone's actually playing it for the multiplayer. Just if they were to put online-enabled City Trial on the digital store, I would pay full game price just to have online-enabled City Trial on Switch. No question. I would buy that today, right now. I just want to be able to play City Trial. It could be a direct port. You don't even need to remaster it. You don't need to add stuff to it. But I would love another Kirby Air Ride, just city trial, the amount of hours that my friends and I would put in that, it was so easy, just one more round, one more round.
My sister and I used to play that one a lot too. That was another game that we had when we would go see my dad. Be like, yes, let's boot up Kirby Air Ride and Luigi's Mansion. Those were the only two games we had on the GameCube there.
It was so fun. It was such a simple game too. The whole concept of it was a single button in the control stick. That's all you needed.
And it was still so fun.
Good. And I almost wonder if they worried about it cannibalizing Mario Kart sales or something.
That would be crazy. They're still so different. Similar but different.
My guess is it was more a issue of Sakurai and HAL Laboratories really only being allowed to work on Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
Even though Kirby Air Ride may have done all right, they're going to put their resources towards, the biggest game
the biggest
really
seller
on their on any of their consoles.
It's alright, I'll just main Kirby and Smash, I guess.
That was the first interaction I had with Kirby. That I had not played any Kirby games. I had not seen Kirby anywhere prior to seeing him in the first Smash Brothers game. Discovered the Kirby games shortly afterwards, but that was my first interaction with Kirby, and that I mained Kirby, I say main, quote unquote, in the original Smash just when I was a kid. I remember, the down B move was super powerful.
That's the one I spam all the time.
The throws, the fact that he just, jump all the way up in the air and then smash down, just felt so powerful and fun.
I think my first time I ever saw Kirby was the N64 Kirby, if there was. I don't even know what console it was. I was too young.
Was, Crystal Star?
I don't know even which one it was. My mom had a friend and we went over to their house and they had kids and they were like, want to play this game that I got? And they booted up Kirby. And I thought it was the cutest thing I had ever seen in my life. But of course, I didn't ask what the game was called. I didn't even know what it was. I was like, wow, that was amazing. And I went home and had no idea what I had just played or who he was. And then I think a few years later, a family member gifted me Nightmare in Dreamland as like a birthday present or something because they just saw a video game and thought I would like it. It was my mom that got it for me because she used to work at a toy store. That's how I got it. I think it came out and she was like, oh, this is a new game and I thought you would like it. And so ever since then, I was just in love with him forever.
And also canonically the most powerful character in all of Nintendo history.
He actually, oh my gosh, I don't even know how I didn't think about this. My very first VTuber model design had a Kirby skirt on. I had Kirby on my skirt.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, and my shirt was Kirby themed too. Am I insane right now forgetting all this? Like all my clothes were Kirby themed on my first ever model.
Now, was it legally distinct Kirby it was
No.
simple enough or similar enough? Oh.
That's why we had to change. Because I was like, oh, I'm an affiliate now. Uh-oh. We can't have this. Nintendo's gonna come after me. As much as I love and miss that old design, that was a little problematic. But it was a good era.
Did you play Kirby in the Forgotten Land?
The new one on the Switch? Yes,
Yeah.
I loved it. One of my... I don't think I had a picture of it. I have a keycap of Kirby.
Yes.
He's so cute. I love him.
The game got challenging at times.
It did, but I liked that though. It didn't feel like a walk through the park, you had to work for it. Yes, I loved that game. And I loved the little mini game where you had to serve the food to the little guys.
Yeah, there's not quite Diner Dash.
Yeah.
But the
I hope we get more
little
Kirby
rolling mini games, those were those were infuriating. Those were
They were really
oh my gosh.
And then, oh man, there's so many Kirby games. Did you ever play the Kirby game on the DS where you had to draw lines for the ball to like roll around? Yeah, that game as a kid, I
I
Love
never
hated
played
that
the
game.
demo for that one. So I played it a bit, and it was a very different type of Kirby game.
Oh, it was so annoying sometimes, but I still loved it. But I feel like that's one of the Kirby games that people don't remember or know what the heck I'm talking about.
Yeah, just stylistically and gameplay wise, it was so different in that it's not something that they're really likely to be able to port much, just because it
No,
requires the touchscreen. That even, I guess you could try to do it on the Switch, but even
I don't
then,
know if
it
they'll ever
probably would
put
not
DS
feel
games
as
on there.
good.
Yeah, it was a cool way to implement the DS's touchscreen though into a game. I
Yeah.
thought it was fun, even if it made me really infuriated in some of the later moves. Man, I gotta whip out my DS again. We keep talking about all these old games, and my brain is just like, oh, remember all the good times you used to have on these games? It's like, oh man. I still have so many of my old games still.
I I have a small box in my childhood bedroom back at home with not all of the games, but a good chunk of my favorite old Game Boy games and GameCube games and such that uh, got rid of a number of them over the years, but never, outright sold everything.
Yeah, there's just certain things where it's just like you feel it in the back of your head. You're like, I can't get rid of this. If I get
Yeah.
rid of this, I'll never see it again.
And also, I
Just
now
like
glance at it
that.
and be like, okay, I'm probably not going to get rid of it, but is this yellow cartridge now like worth a lot or something? I don't know.
Right. My my grandma was moving out of her house and she gave me a big box of my old stuff. She was like, I kept this for you because I knew that when you got older you would really want it. And I opened it up and it's a ton of 90s Pokemon stuff, like plushies, Pokemon cards, my Game Boy Color with all the Pokemon games, and like all this stuff. I'm like, if any Pokemon collector saw this, they would come after me right now.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, because you hear so many stories that are the opposite of, my parents threw these away because they didn't realize that, even if they aren't thinking about financial value, that they didn't think I'd want to keep it. And had they not thrown away that box 10 years ago, it would be worth a lot now. So I'm glad that you got to keep yours.
Yes. Oh man, I got like a big old fat Togepi plush. He's so chunky and big. I got like 3 or 4 different of the old Pikachus, like the old plushy Pikachus.
Mm.
Um and then I don't know if you remember back in the day when Nintendo sucked at making plushies and the quality looked
Oh,
really
yeah, there
awful.
were some weird ones in the early days.
I have an old Gengar plushie because Gengar was my favorite Pokemon when I was a little child. And he looks so silly, like his details are made out of like felt and his eyes are like stickers, but I have him still and I love him, even if he looks a little messed up. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm very thankful that my family is they like to keep things just in case.
Mm. Ah, shit. Ah. So you mentioned cards. Were you into collecting the cards at all?
I was, but not to play the game. I just liked the pictures.
Same. Yep.
Yep.
I
Pokemon
played
cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, both.
that. I had the Pokemon trading card game for Game Boy, and learned to play that way, but never actually played with the physical cards. That the ones I had were just to collect. Played Yu-Gi-Oh a tiny bit. Went to local game store and participated in weekend tournaments maybe 5 times. Never anything really significant. Never made meta decks. It was just kitchen table stuff with friends.
My uncle that got me into video games tried to teach me how to play Yu-Gi-Oh. He bought me a dual disc because he thought it would
Ooh.
like, because he loved Yu-Gi-Oh. So he was like, oh, I can get her into this. I know it. So yeah, he got me a dual disc. I was like, let me teach you. And the dual disc was too heavy for me to hold, so I had to
Yep.
put it on the ground.
Yep. Because I had one of those as well, and that it was just the most impractical way to play.
It was horrible. Who the heck
That
wants to hold their arm like that?
and also just All right. So, I'm trying to see across the room. So, what'd you play? How many face down cards you have? Huh? Wait, one sec. I need to come over and read that card. Uh,
Yeah,
okay, going
it
back
was
across the room
not
now, and just there's
not it.
no. If you have the holograms and everything works great, for plastic non-technological implementation, it is literally just making playing the game more difficult. It's tough on your arm, even if you're able to hold it up. Try holding your arm up with nothing on it for 10 minutes at,
Right, and
sort of that
you'll
right
know.
angle. It's not going to be fun. And now let's put a lopsided, it wasn't crazy, but 4-pound weight on it and have it, pushing forward slightly on your forearm, that it's not even balanced. And just everything about it is entirely impractical, but apparently they're now worth a lot of money, some of the older
Oh, I
ones.
don't know if I have
I don't
mine
know.
anymore now.
But I think mine are still at home. I don't, they're not absurd amounts of money, but that they didn't actually make too many of them, and it's not difficult to understand why, but that wound up
Right.
making them collectibles because they just weren't that good.
Yeah, not only was that really hard to hold, but also the game is really complicated, so I have to think while also holding my arm up? Yeah, no, I never
Uh,
did get into playing, but I love the pictures.
and like that, because Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh were the first two anime that I ever watched. That growing up, I didn't even necessarily clock that Pokemon was an anime at the time.
Right.
But just that for me and I know a lot of other people, that wound up actually being sort of their gateway anime.
Yep, that one. I did watch it a lot, and then if Toonami came on, I'd watch a couple things on there and stuff when I got a little older.
Mm,
But I didn't even understand as a kid how people found anime. I didn't understand. I was like, how do you guys know this exists?
yeah, 'cause I got in late. It really wasn't until high school and then more so in college, but somehow there were already folks that were really into it. It was like, how did you even know this existed? Because,
Right?
yeah, if it wasn't on Toonami, that, you know, I think part of that came from similar to my parents just not being into video games. They were very much didn't know what anime was at all.
Yeah, I didn't know much anime, but I did grow up with Ghibli movies. Like, they were
Mm,
huge for me because my
I didn't
aunt,
even see any of those until later.
yeah, my aunt, she was really into a lot of different Japanese stuff. She was really into anime. She never introduced us to it. I think she watched some weird animes or something because she was like, "You guys aren't old enough to watch this, but you are old enough to watch this." And she would present us with all the Ghibli movies, and those are such a staple part of my life. When people tell me they haven't seen them, I'm like, "Oh my God, I know what we're doing. We need to watch these now." Because
'Cause I
they're
know
just
you
so
did watch a lot
beautiful.
of just cartoons growing up, not necessarily anime,
Yeah.
but that cartoons that you and I watched a lot of Cartoon Network, I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
It was our. Did you have any
The
favorite shows?
classics. Oh, man, there were so many that I was really into. I loved Chowder a lot. I think I just liked how wacky and goofy and weird the art was in that show.
I
And
just
then
missed Chowder. That
oh,
was
really?
when I. That was just around when I was sort of stopping watching that. It was never a thing of like, oh, I'm too old for cartoons. I think part of it was just I. That would have been either late high school, early college, because Chowder wasn't until like 2010, right?
I thought it was before that, because I
Chowder started
swear I was in middle
maybe
school when Chowder was out. But before that, I also liked The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
yeah, I do remember that one. I remember when it first
2007 was
yeah,
Chowder.
2007. Okay, so high school for me, and I guess just wound up being busier. For some reason, I thought it was only 2007 to 10. I thought it went for longer than that.
No, it got canceled because it got, I don't know, something happened. I don't
Hmm.
remember what it was. But
But Billy and Mandy, I remember because that was one of the like cartoon voting contest things where they had a whole bunch of just pilot episodes that they would air for a
Yes,
couple of
I
weeks, and that you
remember
could
that.
vote, and that whichever one won the vote would get greenlit for a full series. And initially, it was Grim and Evil, and
Yeah, with
it
Evil
was
Con
Evil Con
Carne.
Carne. And
Oh
then
my
after
god.
like a season or two, they split it off because Billy and Mandy just wound up being significantly more popular.
Yeah, Evil Con Carne was so weird. I was talking about this the other day. Do you remember those little like Game Boy Advance games that just had 2 episodes of a show on it?
Yes, yeah, the Game Boy videos.
Yeah,
Yep,
I
I
had
have.
that.
I
It had a
still
Grim
have
Adventures
like.
of Billy and Mandy and Evil Con Carne on it.
I didn't have that one. I had the first 2 episodes of Sonic X.
Oh my goodness.
There was like 2 episodes of Fairly Odd Parents. I think there was like one other. May have been a movie. Was it
Oh
Shrek?
wow.
Was it Shrek
Oh
2 or
my gosh,
something?
Shrek 2 on the or on the Game
Or
Boy.
like
Let's go. That's funny.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I
I'm just looking up which ones did they have, because it was a very short-lived series. Okay, they did have Shrek and Shrek 2. I can't recall which it was, but I'm proud that I remembered that they actually had Shrek.
that's
Um,
wild.
and it was a lot of Cartoon Network stuff. Oh, there are
Yeah,
more of these than I
I
realized I had. Huh.
it was like the pilot episode of both. So I had seen the pilot episode of both of those shows so many times.
Ah,
So funny.
if memory
And
serves, the cartoon, like voting contest thing was also how Kids Next Door got greenlit.
I think so. Yeah. I might have had that on, as a pilot episode on there too, but I don't remember what was with it. I never got into that show. I I didn't dislike it, but every time I watched it, I didn't know what was happening. I think there was just too much going on.
Mm,
I like the creepier shows. I think I was kind of like a emo-y kind of kid back in the day. So if it was edgy, oh man, I was about to watch it. That's why I liked Courage and
Courage freaked me out. That I would watch a couple of episodes, and that some of them I was able to stomach, and others were just like really weird. I'm kind of shocked that show got greenlit and lasted as long as it did. I see how it
yeah.
got popular because there was just nothing else like it. Really nothing else like it at the time, but I almost feel like the creators pulled I almost wonder if they pulled a fast one on some Cartoon Network executive, because it feels like something that they would not have normally aired outside of Adult Swim, but that, obviously it did well, and that once it succeeds, that they're going to say, okay, well, we're going to keep going with it. But I wonder how much of a fight it was to get that first season greenlit.
I don't know. I feel like TV was so much different back then. So much more stuff was on the air. It's like so many weird things.
If anything, I feel like there's less stuff on the air, because back then they didn't have too many new shows coming in all the time, and that things would need to be syndicated. There were reruns. That nowadays with streaming,
That's
you're no
true. There's
longer
so many things.
beholden to the number of hours in a day times the number of channels on TV, plus reruns, and also you're not airing anything new for a third of the hours of the day, and just there's so much stuff on different streaming platforms that I feel like there was actually just a lot less then.
I just feel like a lot of the stuff was so weird. Every show that I watched back when I was a kid, I'm like, there is no way that this would air now. Do you remember? It wasn't on Cartoon Network. It was on Nickelodeon. Remember Mr. Meaty? I loved that show. That show is a nightmare.
I missed that one.
Oh, it's terrifying. It's actually the weirdest, most creepy thing I've ever seen in my life, but I loved it and I watched it all the time. It was like puppets. They worked at a fast food restaurant, and they were like, every episode something terrifying would happen.
I'm wondering how I missed this, because I'm looking it up now. It aired 2006 to 9. I was absolutely watching Nickelodeon during those years.
You probably like saw previews for it and you're like, I should never watch this. It's
Now,
disturbing.
look at the Wikipedia article and mentions that it's specifically a Canadian series. I wonder if did they not so it says originally a series of 17 shorts that appeared as interstitials on Nickelodeon, and then pilot episode in 2005. I'm so curious how I missed this.
I feel like it aired kind of late at night too. It like aired at a weird time.
Oh, never mind. I just looked up images. I remember this.
You repressed it because it's so
Oh God, I remember
disturbing.
this now. Yeah, when I looked it up on Wikipedia, it just had the logo and the premise description. I was like, huh. No, one look at these things. I remember this. Oh God.
I'm sorry for bringing this back into your memory. My mom hated it when I would put that show on. She'd be like, really? Out of everything on TV right now, this is what we're gonna watch? I'm like, oh yeah, it is. It's a new episode, Mom. She's like, this is freaking weird.
I got an image for it of just... For anyone who didn't grow up in this golden age of Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, these were the main two characters of Mr. Meaty.
Look at them. They're so silly.
Just the eye on the taller one is just... Ugh.
Yeah, and they worked at a fast food restaurant where the health and safety codes were definitely not up to par ever.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I remember there's one where the shorter guy has like a parasite in him or something, and they have to like pull it out, and they like tie a string to it.
I have the image because I just did a basic image search for it, and not even halfway down the page you have that.
See, like that's another show. How did they allow that show on TV? It's crazy. But maybe that's why I'm so weird now. I grew up with all these crazy shows, and now I am a weirdo. But I wouldn't have it any other way.
Dang it, it's saved as a weird format. Okay, got it, everyone. Here we go. The lighting on this one's a bit weirder, but... Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Not disturbing at all. Totally fine to have on daytime hours when, 6-year-olds are watching.
Hey, it was a little later at night. I think it aired around like 9 p.m. or something.
Okay, well that made me feel a bit better, but just, yeah, now remembering this thing is just, this was a weird one. That's why I don't have too many memories.
TV is wacky. They got away with some crazy stuff back in the early 2000s on both Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon. I feel like even Disney had some crazy stuff back in the day, but mostly with their like original movies. They had some that were kind of scary that I was really surprised like went through, but
I barely watched any Disney Channel growing up. It just, we had it, but it just really wasn't what I watched. But I would always, hear about the different Disney Channel original movies, and I know some of them have just become complete classics.
Some of them are so good. I watched more of the movies than the shows because there was only a couple shows that I liked over there. But man, every Friday watching the movies, oh, I always got so excited. Get some popcorn. I think some of them still hold up to this day, honestly. Some of them don't.
And for me, one of my favorite ones, up until the last season sort of dropped off, but Ed, Edd n Eddy.
Oh, yes. Yes, I loved that show. It made me want Jawbreakers so bad. It made you think the Jawbreakers were way
Yeah, it
better
made
than
you
what
think
they
the
actually
Jawbreakers were,
are.
like, incredible, and then you have them, it's like, this is just basic.
Yeah, this is just sugar,
Yeah.
and it's really hard to eat.
Yeah.
That show made me really want to have a plank as a friend, but my family was like, "You don't need to carry around
You
a
don't
piece of
need
wood with
it,
you
yeah.
everywhere." No. I'd be like, "Come on, but he's my best friend."
My best friend, Plank. Then there was that one episode where Plank became a just sort of horror killer.
Oh, yeah. It's been so long since I've seen that show. I want to go back and rewatch some of the shows like that, but they're not easy to like find anymore. They were for
No,
a bit, but they start taking them away from places.
yeah, some of them are still available, I would guess, on, I don't know,
Or on like
Max?
HBO,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think it's HBO.
But even then, they're starting to remove a bunch of the stuff on there. So,
Yeah,
gee, thanks.
yeah, Max and, Warner in particular have been very much known in recent years in particular to be sort of chief
Not the
offenders
best.
on the issue of media preservation.
It's kind of crap. Ooh. Ooh, another show I was into. Not a weird one necessarily, but Scooby-Doo. Oh my god.
Now,
I
you have to
love
be more specific.
Scooby-Doo.
Which one?
There's so many. I started on the original, like, Hanna-Barbera ones, for sure.
Yeah.
But then when you get to the movies, man, how do you even pick one? They're all so good. And then even What's New Scooby-Doo? That banger of a theme song?
Yes! Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my god.
So, for my charity marathons, I always have a standard thing of if you donate a total of $100 or more throughout the run, that it's a weekend-long event, that I will do a custom 30-second, Safe for Work, audio for you. And I've had folks ask me to do some things of do a recording as a drill sergeant, and I'm going to use it as my wake-up alarm. Or just, read this meme script. I had somebody request that I sing the What's New Scooby-Doo theme song.
That's amazing.
Okay, if you're requesting this of me, it's effectively, it's like a minute long. It's like, whatever. For something like this where I already really know it, sure. Ripped the audio from a YouTube video and did the thing where you put it through a processor where it sort of strips out the vocals, threw it into Audacity, needed only 2 takes to get it because I still remember every freaking word, or at least enough of it where, brought up the lyrics and I knew where it was going, and sent it to them, and apparently they kept it on their phone for a good long time.
That's amazing. It was so good. It didn't have any right to be that good. For a theme song, oh my goodness. I loved it. I'm actually having a Scooby-Doo movie night this week, and I'm so excited.
Yeah, because
I can't wait.
There's so many of them that are just, very seasonal for Halloween, obviously.
Oh yeah. Gotta watch The Witch's Ghost, Zombie Island. Did you know that
yep.
Zombie Island got a part 2 in 2019?
Yeah, I heard about that. Never saw it, but I did see there was a new Scooby-Doo movie a couple years ago, which was basically just like a love letter to the series, where they had it was just a slew of callbacks. Now I need to look up which one it was, because it was actually really good.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen any Scooby-Doo content that's actually like
It was just
mainstream Scooby-Doo content that was bad. It's just always so fun.
I didn't care for the live action movie.
Oh, really? I love it. I think it's goofy. I think it's very fun.
I think that it plays well nostalgically. I didn't care for it growing up. That I was disappointed that it was actually aliens.
Oh.
It felt like, the whole thing of Scooby-Doo is that it's never actually aliens, and that this one time it actually just was magic and aliens.
Well, Zombie Island, it was real magic and real zombies. Well, they weren't zombies, I guess.
That's true.
But it was voodoo.
That's true. Yeah.
But I like the live action. But I was also I like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and she plays Daphne in the live action movies.
Oh, I obviously knew of Buffy, never watched it, so I didn't clock that, but that certainly makes sense. That's a very logical casting there.
Yeah. And I also love the actress that plays Velma in the
Yeah,
in
that
that
I will
movie.
say all the cast was stellar.
Oh,
That
they're
it was
great.
just
It's
it
so
was the scenario
campy.
that I didn't care for as much. That all the acting was exact. Yeah, campy is a perfect term for it. Everyone was great there, and that the actor that played Shaggy would
Oh,
then
he's
go on to become
amazing.
the actual voice of Shaggy, and I think he still
Yeah.
is.
He is, yep. He, like, fell in love with the role, and I think
Yeah,
that's
and he
awesome
just
because
he's
he's
fit
great.
it, and he's only ever using 1% of his true power. Trick or Treat Scooby Doo. That's what it was.
Oh, okay, I'll have to
That's
look
the
at
one that
that
I
one up.
saw recently, which was basically a sort of a love letter to the longer running series and had a good number of callbacks and was just very solid in general.
Yeah, I'll have to look that one up because 'cause I'll probably love it.
Oh
I
yes,
used to have,
now
like, a life-size Scooby-Doo plush as a kid, and I loved him.
oh yeah. Looking through Cartoon Network, I am reminded of their greatest sin of all time, the
What is
cancellation of
that?
Teen Titans.
Oh, I didn't even know they canceled that show.
They stopped it. Season 5 ends on a cliffhanger,
Oh,
and then they
dang.
never continued it. And then they made Teen Titans Go.
That's a show where I don't think I ever watched it in order, and I don't think I knew that it had an actual storyline. Like, I would just
There's only
randomly
like
watch episodes
2 to
of it.
3 episodes a season. That it was very much made for syndication, where
Yeah.
the vast majority are episodic and don't have a contiguous storyline. It's just, season finales that'll have important stuff, but that's it. But it was a they brought back Terra, and it, ugh, such a shame. And they even went
That is
back and made
sad.
fun of themselves in Teen Titans Go for one episode. Apparently, just that's one of those that if they were to just announce that they were reviving it today, the internet would lose its mind.
I don't know if they'll ever do that, though. I don't
Oh,
even
I
know what
doubt they
TV
will.
is like nowadays.
No,
I couldn't even tell you the last time I watched TV. I don't know what's airing.
my internet provider kills trees very regularly, sending me letters saying, "Oh, would you like to bundle cable with your internet?" And I keep telling him, "Stop killing trees. Stop sending me
Right, I
these
don't
letters."
want this. All of my media content now is just like, I guess I'll watch something on YouTube. That's about it.
For me, it's YouTube, VTubers, and anime, and that's about it.
That sounds like the perfect trifecta, honestly.
It is a pretty good because all those have their own diversity within them. Of just there's so much different anime, so many different VTubers, and obviously YouTube is YouTube, so that's really all I need.
Mhm.
Is there a series that you think like you've been given budget and creative control to either reboot or continue where it left off for any cartoon series, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, whatever? What would you want to see more of?
Oh man. I guess it depends. If we were asking childhood Sprout, it would 100% have been Invader Zim. That was my favorite
Ooh,
thing on the
wow.
planet as a kid. Oh my god. I had the box set on DVD, and I used to just like watch it over and over and over again. And I would get so sad every time we got to the end. Like, it has an ending, but like, come on, we could have more, right? I think
Uh,
they actually did do some more with it, and I never watched it because I don't I don't really watch things that much anymore. So I fall behind, but I think they did do some more recent stuff with that show not that long ago.
because I know it fell off the air, and that it was, I feel like, because it started airing at the same time as Fairly Odd Parents. I don't think it was from a competition similar to Grim and Evil or anything, but I remember that they started airing at the same time, and similar to Evil Con Carne, Invader Zim was the freakier, much less successful of the pair, and obviously Fairly Odd Parents has gone on to be one of their crown jewels.
Right, it's still going on.
And rebooted however many times, and apparently new series with a very round art style is the only way I can describe it.
Yeah, I stopped watching that show so long ago. I didn't think that one got not good to me. Once they had the baby, I was like,
that was the line.
I'm done.
Mhm.
I'm out of here. Yeah, I always gravitated. The weirder the show, the more likely it was I was gonna be watching it back in the day.
Yeah, based on everything you've told me, as soon as you said Invader Zim, I was like, oh yeah, that scans.
Yep.
Because
I
Invader Zim
was a
was
little weirdo.
out there.
Oh yeah,
But
some of the episodes were like, wow, this was allowed?
yeah, that's one of those where just they got away with something there. And, there's always the playground rumors, and I've never admittedly done enough research to know to what degree they are true. It was that, it got too weird, supposedly, for Nickelodeon, that
I
that
would
may
not
have
be
led to it
surprised.
being not renewed.
I would not be surprised at all if that's what happened, because yeah, some of the later episodes you're like, oh my god,
Just
okay. All right,
kind of
cool.
unhinged.
We getting a little wacky out here today. But I thought it was amazing.
We've had all this talk of stories that, we've watched, we've played, ones that we enjoyed. You just finished recently writing/participating in your own story that you had a D&D campaign with friends that just ended this past week.
Oh
and
my god.
you mentioned that
yes.
it was super emotional, and that that this wasn't the group is still going to be playing together, that this isn't
Yeah.
just banding or anything, but that you reached the end of that story.
Oh my goodness, yes. It was
I'm not going
incredible.
I'm not going to ask you to recall. I think it was 2 or 3 years worth of story. It was a long time.
Yeah,
But
3.5 years.
in a nutshell, what was the premise of this story? And in a bit more detail, if you're able to, what was the finale?
Sure. Basically, the story was we were hired by this crazy giant to get a gem. And that's how it started. And we were like, okay, we'll get this for
As
this
you
guy.
do in D&D.
Yeah.
Get hired,
And
do a
then
thing.
it just spiraled out of control, and we learned about how dragons, the drow, were trying to take over the world, and they were going to wipe humanity off the face of the earth. And we were the only ones that could save it, because no one knew that it was happening, but we just happened to be at the right place at the right time to learn about it. And it was
As you
just
do.
all of our adventure of going through so many different worlds. And one of my favorite parts of the story was we actually took too long to save the world.
Uh-oh.
And we went to a god, and he was like, okay, you done messed up. And he let us do the time warp. And we went back in time, and we got to redo everything. And we actually got to undo a lot of the mistakes that we made along the way. Like NPCs were our
Ooh.
favorite NPCs, dying. We got to save them, and they...
Time travel arc, let's go.
Oh, it was great. It got super emotional, because there were some characters that helped us so much, but either we made a dumb mistake or something happened, and they wouldn't make it with us through the battle.
Was this time travel arc multiple sessions for the
Yes,
past couple of months?
It added
Okay.
almost a year onto our...
Oh, okay.
onto
All right.
our
I wasn't sure
session.
if this was the finale where you went through all these events in
Nope, we pretty much...
short amount of time. No, this was a full-on sort of layer to the campaign.
thing. Yep, because we just kept making decisions and going the wrong way, and my DM was like, all right, let's get you back on track. And then for our finale, the dragon that we had been hearing about for 3.5 years that was going to wipe us all into obliteration, we got to face them. And it was a crazy battle. They were like a 5-headed dragon. And
Ooh.
it got so crazy.
Now,
My
was
one
this a
friend,
custom one or
I think
being
it
the
was a little
five-headed
bit of both.
dragon? Is
I think
Tiamat? I think
yes,
is
it was
the
Tiamat.
okay.
Yeah. It was, I think it was a mixture of a campaign mixed with some homebrew stuff thrown in there. I'm not actually sure. My friend who DMs, he's incredible. Oh my goodness. He did such a good job through the whole time, like keeping us engaged. Because we're a very RP heavy group. When it comes to combat, we do it a little bit, but for the most part, we just like to be silly and do things with the NPCs. So it was really immersive, and you get so emotionally attached to all these NPCs. And at our last battle, it wasn't looking good. We were getting effed up. And my friend had a potion that would turn him into Tiamat also. So he became Tiamat and fought Tiamat.
Kaiju fight!
It was amazing. But every time, every turn, he had to roll a die to make sure he didn't lose his humanity to Tiamat. And as we beat him, he barely succeeded the roll, but he knew he wouldn't be able to exceed the next one. So he jumped in a portal to the 7 hells so he wouldn't kill us. And we don't know what happened to him. So
have a way to revert the transformation?
No, we had to either wait out an hour or he would get consumed by Tiamat. So instead of letting that happen, he
Oh no,
tragic. It was so sad. We were like all crying and we were like, no, why is this happening? But we are considering, I don't know what we're gonna do yet. We are thinking about doing a little mini campaign where we all come together and go save him. Yeah, because that would be so cool. But it was such a, it was like the perfect conclusion to everything, because when we started the campaign, I think there were 5 of us, but throughout 3 years, everyone's life schedule changes and everything, that a lot of people had to drop out. So it was only 3 of us. And it was the 3 of us going through this whole campaign together. And it just like, the way everything ended, it was perfect. It felt so right. And it was so fun. That was the first D&D campaign that I've ever made it to the end of. And I've done so many different campaigns. That best group I've ever had. It was so cool.
What was your role in all this? What was your character?
I was a ARKHAND and I was a cleric. I was our healer. I was very dumb. My character was
and also making sure I'm not misremembering, ARKHAND are the sort of crow bird folk, I think.
They can be like any kind of bird. They're just like bipedal bird people, and I was a pigeon.
Of course.
Yeah. Her name's Coco, and her goddess was the goddess of joy, so she just tried to spread happiness and smiles to everyone. And a lot of times would try to get out of combat because she wasn't very good at combat. And the amount of times that I would save our combat by just talking to who we were fighting would be really fun. No fighting, just love.
Best way to not take damage is to not fight.
Exactly. What's really funny is we were talking about it, and my character almost died in the first session that we played. And I totally forgot about that. My friend was like, do you remember when I rolled a nat 20 to save you from being absolutely demolished by a log? And I was like, oh my god, I totally forgot. This campaign would have went so different if it wasn't for the, like, nat 20 that we would roll sometimes to save our lives. That's what I love about D&D. You never know what's gonna happen.
Any favorite moments outside of the finale of just things going very right or even very wrong?
Yes. Oh my goodness. There was one time we were in a house helping some people, And, well, we said a couple things that didn't make them happy, so they kicked us out of their house. And when we left their house, there was a big bad monster that was way too high level for us to beat. So my friend was like, I got this. And there were some poison barrels against the house. And he shot a fireball at them and blew up not only the house with all of the people inside, but the monster and our entire party except for me. I was the only one that rolled high enough. So we almost party wiped, and I
Thank goodness
managed...
the healer survived.
Right, I managed to, like, use my preserve life on them and get them out of there, but it was such a crazy scene because I kept having to roll to hide from this giant monster. And on top of it, make sure my whole party didn't die, but I felt so freaking cool.
Yeah.
And then there was another part where my character wanted to have a pet, so I tried to steal a chicken from this lady, but I did not do very good. I was like, all right, I'm sorry. Let me just buy this chicken from you. And I gave her like 10 gold for a freaking chicken because my character didn't know the value of money.
Well, I guess she forgave you for trying to steal it when you pay 10 to, well, probably like 100 times market price.
Right. And then throughout the rest of the campaign, my character just kept trying to teach this rooster how to speak English. Did not go very well.
Well, I'm a bird and I can speak. This is a bird. It should be able to learn to
Yeah,
speak too. I just need to
exactly.
teach it.
That was her mindset. But yeah, there was just so many funny moments. It's hard to even like go over all of them because my friends and I, we are not people to take things super seriously, but not in a bad way. More like we just want to be goofy and have fun. We would roleplay short rests. We would like talk to NPCs and intentionally call them the wrong name to pretend like our characters couldn't understand what they were saying, to be like, "Oh, your name was Jordan? No, you're Jordan now." Just call them. It's just so good. Such a fun adventure. And I'm so excited to be able to have another with them again soon.
Favorite spell or the one that you use the most often?
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, so later in the campaign when we got high enough level, I got a spell called Harm. And I didn't tell anyone I took it. I did not tell anyone I took it. And we were fighting this really big monster, and we were like gonna die probably. And I was like, oh, I've been saving this. I have been saving this, and I
finally doing damage out of nowhere.
I whipped out Harm on this thing, and my DM was like, "Excuse me? What is this?" He was so shocked. And I helped us not die.
What a beautifully named spell. Then, it's not Fireball. It's not, any of the more fancy and flavorful ones. Just Harm.
Just Harm. It
does so
much damage. Yeah, if you fail the roll from it, your maximum hit points gets reduced for a long time.
Oh, yep. Harm, 6th level spell, range 60 feet, instantaneous. You unleash a virulent disease on a creature you can see within range. The target must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 14d6 necrotic damage, half as much on a successful save. Can't be reduced below 1, so it can't actually deal the killing blow, but it can do a lot.
No, but I could help.
If the target fails the saving throw, its hit point maximum is reduced for an hour by an amount equal to the damage. So not only are you doing the damage, but you're basically making it so that's unhealable damage for an hour.
Yeah, it's amazing. I sat on that spell for almost like half a year without anyone knowing I had it because I had no reason to use it. And then finally, when it was time, I was like, finally, it's my turn.
What would you say is the spell you used most often that wasn't just, cure wounds or one of the variants?
Surprisingly, I barely ever healed anyone. They always had potions on them. I'd be like, guys, I can heal. They're like, no, 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 no. I got this. I got a potion.
So then what were you using most of your spells on?
Probably I use spiritual weapon a lot just to throw
Yep.
something down, just to throw some damage down. Or like Guardian of Faith and that. I didn't have to use my spells a whole lot because my friends did so much damage on their own. I was just the moral support of the group, which is totally fine because that was very in character for what I was playing.
You did mention, though, that you were doing a lot of the talking, though, that you were helping avoid conflicts where you can. So you were what some folks would call the face of the party. And,
I wasn't like the leader. I was more like I would de-escalate situations a lot of times. I didn't make the smart decisions. I just knew how to make people like us sometimes. We all kind of had our moments, which I think was really nice about the group. Like, no one ever fully took over or was completely in charge. We all made decisions together, and we all worked together really well. I think, like, it's been my favorite D&D group I've ever had.
Yeah, the groups can be so hit or miss, and I feel like if you can get your group, because one, it's not just getting the right people, but also people who are able to meet consistently. And there have been plenty of groups where the folks and I've played amazingly together, but we would have 2 sessions and then try and schedule a third, and schedules wouldn't line up, and we would say we'd get to it and never would.
Yeah, that happens a lot. That's happened to me so many times. So the fact that we were able to keep going for 3.5 years, sure, we didn't play every single Sunday. We had to take time off, but we never stopped playing forever, and that was so cool.
I feel like 6 months is sort of the threshold. If you can make it to 6 months, you can go indefinitely. That you might have one person who has to drop for an amount of time, maybe come back, maybe you bring in one person to maintain the party number, but if you're able to establish that habit, it usually ends up being sustainable, but it's getting to that 6-month point. Really getting past 2 months is the big one. Just, can you get there? Can you actually get 5 sessions with relative consistency? Maybe you miss 1 week, but can you get there?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. We had gone through so many people. I think that was another emotional aspect of the campaign was our lives had changed so much in real life also from when we started that, like, thinking through all the stuff we went through while also playing the campaign, like seeing it come to an end was just like it was bittersweet. But I always love to encourage people to try D&D if they can, because it's just so fun. You never know what's gonna happen. I just always hope that people can find the good groups.
Yeah. Do you have plans for your next character?
I do. I want to be a lizard folk bard.
Ooh, okay.
I want to actually build it around being an ASM artist.
Oh, okay. Oh, I love that. That's good. And it's still a relative non-combat class, but it's still very different from being a cleric.
I think it would be really funny. Instead of like vicious mockery or whatever, make it so like I whisper something at them and they get a little sleepy.
Vicious whisper.
I think it will be really fun. And my DM is really cool about like altering things to make it kind of your own, so I feel like he'll be able to work with me to have this work. I think it'll be really silly.
Oh, that sounds really good. Just, you can flavor things as you need it. Yes, okay, the whole thing of vicious mockery is it has to be heard, and okay, if I'm whispering, how is it heard? It is projected to my target, they can hear me, but they hear me as a whisper.
I'm just the soft-spoken weirdo of the group.
Oh, that sounds so good. Definitely hope that you all are able to see that, and whether it ends up being the search for your lost friend or a new campaign, do you think that they would make the next campaign, if it's not the search for the friend, in the same world or just an entirely different one?
I think we'll probably do something different because the world that we were in for this one, I feel like we kind of wrapped it up so perfectly. Like everyone got what they wanted. All the NPCs had their happily ever afters. I think we'll
We're not
probably
gonna
have something
imperil
new.
them again.
Yeah, and we were there for so long. Like
Mm,
we can't cause any more distress to that world because we also did mess up sometimes.
oh, yeah, I know
But hey,
some
that's part of
DMs who have
D&D.
yeah, that I know some DMs who have run the same world for 20 years with
That's so
different
cool.
groups, and that
That's crazy.
if they have something that happens in that world with one group, that will still impact the world. It won't necessarily upend the other group's campaign, but
Mhm.
you know, moving of NPCs, or if a certain building got destroyed, or you know, large scale events, that the flavor of the world has transformed over the 20 years with the different parties and campaigns that they have run, and that they now have not only this living, breathing world, but also a history of the world, an actual history.
Yeah, that's so cool. I feel like that would be so hard to keep up with
Yeah,
everything though.
definitely not something most DMs are gonna put the investment into, but I guess this guy just somewhere along the line started to do it, and that it just kept doing it, and eventually realized, oh wow, I've got 10 years of history on this world now, and just keeps going.
That's awesome. But yeah, we don't really have any specific plans at the moment. We're just taking a break now. We do plan to do a couple one-offs, I think. Some like one shots for a little bit, and then
Mm,
after that we're gonna hopefully hop back into something new, but of course, give our DM time to rest and everything,
yes,
but
give him time to rest or time to write.
yeah. I know he's really excited,
Do
but
you
it
think you'll
was
end up bringing more folks into the group to bring the party number back up again, or do you think it'll stick with the three?
I don't we're not sure yet. That's another thing that we're gonna work on talking about. Um, it's been like the three of us for so long that we're like, we don't know what we're gonna do,
Mm,
but we might. It just depends. We just want to make sure that if we do, that it's people that we all know
yeah,
and
don't want
is
to
gonna synergize
upset
well.
the
Because you
party
never wanna
dynamic.
throw a wrench. Never
Yeah.
wanna throw a wrench in the
Hmm.
party. But I'm always open to whatever. I just wanna be silly with my friends for a few hours every Sunday.
Yeah. My group, we have a fair bit of RP, but the other thing that we just will spend hours on, we're a bunch of planners that we will
Oh.
spend so much time going through in detail. Sometimes, like, we usually play 2.5 hours a week. Um,
Mhm.
and that sometimes it's just going to be roleplay and combat, but anytime we have to plan for something, it will usually take 30 minutes minimum, sometimes the majority of a session.
Oh my goodness.
And the thing is, we're really good at planning. The reason it ends up taking a long time is because we do think through a lot of things and we do consider scenarios. So there have been these times where, you know, I would say more often than not, our plans work as well as we plan them, if not better. There have been times where we spend just 2 hours planning how we're going to do
Oh
this
my goodness.
thing and how we're going to approach this fight or how we're going to approach a infiltrating someplace, and it works like a charm, and the DM's like, crap, all these things that I had planned and trapped, you accounted for and you avoided them all. So we only actually spend then a fraction of the time going through the thing. It almost feels like, oh, wait a minute, was that a waste? No, it went so fast because we planned properly. And of course, there's times where we spend a bunch of time planning, it's completely upended within the first 5 minutes, but we've
Meanwhile,
we
my group
succeed enough to frustrate the DM.
Meanwhile, my group were like, we got a big fight. What should we do? Yeah, let's just smack it around a bunch. All right. And we just run in. Sometimes people will like keep their plans to themselves because our catchphrase was rule of cool, where my DM is like,
Mm,
if this is gonna look awesome or this is gonna be awesome, you can do it. So
that's
like,
a good approach for a DM, in my opinion, of just,
oh, it was amazing. None of us were like super hardcore, like, rule people were like, "Oh, no, that's impossible, blah, blah, blah." It's like, "No, we're just here having fun, like, who cares," you know? So we had some really cool moments because of that. There was one time where we were fighting, like, a giant crab, and we dropped a giant gorilla on it, and it, like, exploded because of the gravity and everything, and, like, that was a fun moment. Just pretty much any time we could use our spells in a non-traditional way to make something silly happen, we would we would try to do that as much as possible.
Yeah, yeah, just figuring out uh, anything that isn't just straight damage of, all right, how can you use the environment, and that
Mhm.
uh, sometimes the setting won't allow for that, sometimes it will. Sometimes you do the things like, all right, that did less damage than the spell would have. Okay, we'll try again next time. But
Yeah.
that's part of the fun of it, of just trying to break things, or just approaching it how you want. That's why RPGs are so fun and enjoyed by so many people, because you can enjoy them in different ways.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody can make it their own.
Oh my gosh, I just realized we've been at this for over 4.5 hours.
We have. We have. I'm starting to get hungry. I didn't eat dinner yet.
Yeah, oh gosh. So, well, first off, thank you so much for taking the time to be on the show. This has been an
Yeah.
absolute blast.
I had a great time. Thanks for letting me yap with you for, like, 4.5
See,
hours.
like I said, don't worry about yapping. It's a talk show. We'll be fine.
Yeah, I told you, I mean, I even told you, I said, "We're gonna start talking about things, and I'm gonna go off
Mhm.
on 37,000 different tangents." And that's
And I said,
exactly what
please do.
happened.
If I'd be disappointed if you didn't. But I have just a couple last questions that I ask all my guests. And the first
Oh,
is,
sure.
do you have any goals for the rest of the year? That we have a couple of months left, not a lot, but 3.5 months ish. Wait,
Oh,
sorry,
that's
two
a
and a
good
half
question.
months. I'm bad at math. But still 2.5 months. A fair amount of time. That anything you're hoping to do, whether it be a certain type of stream, a project. I know that you mentioned you have a 3D model that you're waiting on, but apart from that, anything that you're hoping to accomplish before we hit 2025?
I'm not really sure. That's such a good question. I'm so bad at, like, planning and making goals. I'm so go with the flow that I just want the rest of the year to be fun and amazing and continue growing my wonderful community who I love and appreciate so much. In terms of projects, the only one we have coming up that I'm really excited about is I am doing a makeshift campaign soon for to get a
Ooh.
plushie done of one of my characters. Her name is Snell. And I that is my, like, big thing right now. Like, that
Mm-hmm.
happens on Saturday, and, oh, I'm
Ooh.
so hyped. I'm so nervous, but so excited.
Best of luck with that. I know a couple of folks that have worked with Makeship, and I believe it's 200 units is the
Yeah.
number that you have to hit.
Mhm.
Mm.
So, hoping for the best. All my fingers and toes are crossed that it works out, because it has been a dream of mine to have a plushie, like, since I started streaming. So,
Yeah. Aw,
it's my big thing right now.
very, very exciting. Definitely best of luck. I will definitely be keeping an eye out for that.
Thanks.
And the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not the question of what does it mean to be a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. Some folks have said, it lets me get in touch with my inner child. It lets me be someone I
Aw.
can't be in real life. Others have said, it's a tool I use as an entertainer. I like my model. I think it looks really cool. I don't necessarily have a super deep emotional attachment to it, but it lets me do lots of fun things and be entertaining in a way that I couldn't be if I was a facecam streamer. And there's a lot in between and beyond those answers. So for you, Bellsprout, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
I feel like it's a lot. Like, I first got into VTubing because I thought the technology was really cool, you know? I was like, wow, wow, that's so sick. I've never seen anything like that before. But now the longer I've been in it, the model, like, every upgrade or, like, change to my model, I bring a little bit more of myself into it. And I do see a lot of myself in my model. I'm very emotionally attached to my design. Um, but overall, as a VTuber, my goal on the internet as a whole is to just spread more smiles and kindness and happiness, because I hate seeing all that negativity and horribleness on the internet. That I want a little corner where people can come and be like, I am safe here to be myself and be chill and not worry about all that stuff out there. So
And
that's like my like rhyme goal as a VTuber, is just, even if it's only one person that I'm making smile today, at least I help someone, you know?
yeah, awesome. I always ask at the end of the show because while I don't know how people will answer, the answers always make sense, and that just
Mhm.
you know, even the one before that of goals for 2024, like you mentioned, that you go with the flow and that's how you approach your streams. That's how you approach the D&D campaign. That
Yep.
there's the consistency there, and that it's very clear that you're just having so much fun, and that I'm so grateful to you and to your community for stopping by and for sharing all the stories and the pictures, and I'm very, very excited to see where you end up going from here.
Aw, thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'm glad I got to yap with you and share some fun stories with you. It brought back a lot of memories for me too, even.
I do actually have one more question, and that's who would
Oh,
you like
sure.
us to raid?
Oh, let's see. Who's around?
Well,
Let's
while
see, let's
she
see.
looks for a raid target, I'll do some last housekeeping. Again, thank you to everybody who's tuned in. I did miss a couple follows. Thank you, Mama Bird, Willow Rice. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name. And Circri, another one that I'm probably messing up a lot. I am very sorry. But also, hey Surge, thank you so much for the follows. Hope you had a great time. If for some absurd reason you aren't already following Belle, please do correct that.
Oh, my one of my bestest friends ever, someone that's been with me through VTubing a long time, she's streaming right now. She's actually doing a subathon, so I
We
think we
got.
could go send her some love. Her name is Birdie Boba.
Ah, yes, I'm familiar with Birdie. Yes, I
Yes,
have seen
I
her
love
around.
Birdie.
Now you say
The
she's doing a subathon. Hasn't she been doing a subathon for a
she's
good
on day
chunk?
16 now.
Okay, okay. For some, I feel like I remember seeing her on another pretty long subathon sometime that wasn't 16 days ago, but maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. But I might
Last year,
also
I know hers went on a long time. She
yeah,
does one every year
that might be
around
it
this time.
because I've been aware of Birdie for a while, so I'm probably thinking of last year's, and I'm probably also thinking of like stopping by and seeing the timer and just thinking, oh, okay, so she's gonna be here for like 2 months. Got it.
Yeah, she's amazing. She has helped me through so much in my VTubing journey, so I always love to send her some love.
Awesome, awesome. I'm gonna double check and make sure that I spell that right so we don't go to the wrong place. It's just BRDIEBOBA. Yes, great. Well, folks, be sure to let Birdie know that Belle sent you all. And again, thank you so much for tuning in. If you want to see more shows like this, you can just follow me here on Twitch or Twitter. It's Vtuber Talk both places. And even not, like I said, please be sure to follow Belle. Her links are down in the channel panels if we're live here, and they'll be in the video description on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe. I need to get off my butt and upload to YouTube. I'm a couple episodes behind. But again, thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you again, Birdie. Thank you again, Belle. Say hi to Birdie, and we will see you all next time. Bye,
Bye,
everyone.
everybody.